Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, September the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You were telling me you can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, everybody. Well, September 1st, man, it seems like, well, I know summer's technically still has another 21 days. It just doesn't feel that way. Anyway, what is happening this morning? So, yeah, Lucid. I was all set to short Lucid. There were about a couple thousand shares available at Interactive Brokers. I kind of waited on it. Then I saw this big pop. I mean, this was probably just a very minor one. I don't even know if that was really any buying up here. And then when it came back down, I wanted to short it, and there weren't any more shorts left. So that's too bad, because this one is just. I mean, I think what I read was, I don't think what I read, I know what I read was something about the pipe. They're worried, I guess, that the original investors are going to all dump their shares for their private, another acronym, the private investment in public equity. So expiration, so that's what they're all worried about, that en masse, these people are going to all dump their shares. So that is putting a huge amount of pressure right now on Lucid. LCID. Skills, SKLZ, definitely a meme stock. Look at the short float percent. Only thing is, it's got a high float, but it does have a high short float percent. SKLZ. I don't see any other specific reason for it other than, it's turned into a meme stock. Probably started yesterday. Run is up. JP Morgan getting involved with them. I'm trying to see if they actually. I think I had a price target of 80. Is that right? Yeah. No, it just says JP Morgan adds Sunrun to its top ideas, says solar stock, and soar 90%. 90%. Okay, so that is Run. Also, I see Wolf Research initiated, so there's some analysts piling into Run, and they've got the target of $62, and that is Wolf Research. What is it now? 47. So JP Morgan is putting 90%, and Wolf is putting a $62 price target. So some analysts are going aggressively into Run. Good morning, Real. Yeah, your VRA is an earnings play. Vera Bradley is an earnings play. It is a gap down. I love it. Gap down below 10 so far. Also through the 200-day moving average. There it is, 1026. So it is down below that 200-day moving average, and certainly has room underneath. So we'll have to see what happens once the market opens. Conn is an earnings play. CONN. CONN is an earnings play. Excuse me. I think this is a nice little gap up. Yes, it is a nice little gap up on earnings, and the next high looking left on that monthly chart is around 31.46, so there is certainly room. Let's take a look at the daily. $27. So it's at that high. This is back in June. So it's at June's high right now. Not very much volume yet. It'll pick up, guarantee it'll pick up. Low float, for a $27 stock, 17 million in the float, that is very low. Plan. I think, is Plan an earnings play? Yes, Plan is an earnings play, and Wells Fargo has put, I believe, an $85 price target on them. So Plan is an earnings play, release earnings after hours. Right there, that's that move area. Holding in the pre-market. Look at that huge gap up. Look at that. I mean, man. And look at the room it's got. It's just sort of out of the price range I like to trade, but man, look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. Another aggressive price target. FTRP. FTRP. See, it's holding here, FTRP. Yeah, so Wainwright, I think, has initiated coverage with a $20 price target. Sure, why not? Another acronym I had to look up, ABVC. ABVC. PCT filing, Patent Cooperation Treaty. All these acronyms you have to know. ABVC. So that was the big news with them. This is not shortable for me. I was itching to take a look at shorting this. Just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, look what it did. It got well, not quite. It got up to what, 413? Actually, it got up to, I mean, look how close. It got right to the 200-day moving average. Isn't that classic? 454, and the high was 459. So it got right to the 200-day moving average, and it just got stalled. DVAX, what a month DVAX has had. It's basically doubled last month. DVAX, virus play. Look at that monthly candle. That's last month's candle. So 9 to 20. So there's basically a double in a month, and it's continuing. Don't see any specific news on it. It's just traders want it. And AMBA, more expensive one. This is an earnings play. AMBA is an earnings play. And that is a nice gap up. Again, if you're don't mind these more expensive ones, look at that monthly break. I mean, look at the room it's got on the monthly chart. Even on the weekly chart to a certain extent, but really on the monthly chart. And I have to mention this one, ACIU. Too bad I didn't hold this short overnight. But anyway, ACIU continues its descent downwards. I mean, it's almost where it started yesterday. This is where it started yesterday. 7:15, the big pop. And then it just faded all day yesterday. Hope to find one like that today. Somebody asked me about ZOM. In our YouTube room, ZOM. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of stocks under $1, okay, number one. So it's not doing anything. I don't know what really more to add. A stock that's under $1 that has almost 1 billion shares in the float, it takes a whack to move it. So I don't know. I don't really see anything interesting about it, to be honest. $9.12, so let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. My guess is that there are hardly going to be any of each. Of course, with this Labor Day holiday, of course, the markets are closed on Monday. We get a 3-day weekend. I get to celebrate with everybody, Canada and the United States. And any other country. I don't know how many other countries in the world actually celebrate Labor Day, but upgrade for Apple by Wolf Research. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Not too many downgrades. AMC downgraded by Macquarie. All right. So there we have some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. Yeah, it was probably the first thing I mentioned. It was the skills, meme stock. Just continuing its gains from yesterday. I don't think there's any specific reason for it other than the fact that it's in one of these meme stocks. High low float. Should be not a low float. I mean, $250 million in the float, but it's that short float percent, 23%. So they're attracted to that. You can see what happened yesterday, and now just continuation. Probably coming into quite a bit of resistance around that 1450 mark. I did see Grub. I think Grub is a. I think it's an earnings play. I may be wrong. I did see Grub. That's out of Turkey. Oh, the Netherlands. Sorry, the Netherlands. I thought it was. There's a stock out of Turkey that always surprises me when I find out. Look at these bottoming tails. Wow. But coming into this, I mean, who knows? Maybe if it could take this out. But boy, what a... Again, I don't know what happened this month. I honestly don't. I don't know if that's truly a big gap down or there was some, some dividend or something else happened. I really don't know. And it's not an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is not an earnings play. Oh man, that Lucid. Wow, that would have been an awesome pre-market short. Yeah, there were shorts available right around here, right around just at 17. Let's see. Yeah, no, they haven't covered yet, or not a lot of covering. There weren't many at Interactive Brokers. There were only a couple of thousand, but yeah, somebody'd have to really check to see why that happened with Grub. I'm not sure what happened with Grub here. Right? It's hard for me to believe that. I guess there's the week, and was it one day? Let's back up on the daily chart. Yeah, I mean it's one day. It's hard for me to believe this actually happened. Went from 60 down to 18. Let's see, 614. I mean it is the next day, but. Something else I'm sure must have happened. Not really, man. I mean, in terms of, I was just saying I would have loved to have been able to short Lucid. I think Lucid is just, I'm just going to see where the support for Lucid is, LCID, where the support for it is. I mean, this is where it started as a SPAC, of course, at around 10. So I don't know. I mean, there's a low down here. Actually, it's below all this on the monthly chart. Just I can't short it. Oh man, Sava continues down, guys. Sava, SAVA. And another high flyer from yesterday, Elys, ELYS, giving it up. Not shortable for me. This is going to be a theme, I think, today. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. But as always, I'm just going to, wait for my, just going to wait for my option scanner to see what sort of alerts we get. Historically, September is the worst performing month. We'll have to see what happens. Typically doesn't really affect the stuff that we do. If you're looking for the stocks that are under $20, not that is what, that's my focus. It doesn't, I'm not saying that is the entire room's focus, of course, but typically those sort of stocks that are active during the day don't really care what the overall market's doing. But again, just from an historical perspective, September is the worst performing month of the year. And that I'm talking about, of course, the indexes. Speaking of which, let's take a quick look to see what sort of action we're happening from the sectors right now, pre-market. See what we might expect going into today. So here's the sector status. Here are the major sectors. Okay, so what is hot? So right now, of course, the market is, we're going to have a positive open, unless something happens in the next 10 minutes. We're going to have a positive open. So I would expect that most sectors are going to be positive, which is the case. Technology, even energy, which is typically can be at 100% down, which means that every single stock was down from yesterday's close. Even energy is at 26% or up. But take a look at tech, 80%. That looks like the, wow, look at consumer staples, 96%. Again, this can change, of course, once this market opens, but definitely have a positive slant for all of the major ETFs or sectors right now. And again, just have to wait to see what happens once this market opens. But definitely tech looks good and communications look good. And you can take a look at that yourself. Just click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. And then you can take a look at all this. You can take a look at that one. Plus, of course, any other channels you might want to see. Wow, Sava is just really giving it up here. It's been a wild trader. I just want to see if there's any more. I don't see any other news for it other than, what happened on this day. On this day, I guess. So skills after that pullback, SKLZ after that pullback down to 1330, a little bit of a pop here. Well, the market's actually starting to drift downwards here. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so an hour and 15 down after that big pop up. I think there's some job numbers this morning, I believe. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, my other monitors, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. I did see PBTS this morning. Let me see if it's still, yeah, it's kind of hanging in. PBTS, and let's see. Announces available, so this is a crypto play, okay. Announces availability of Ethereum mining operating system named FXOS to enhance mining efficiency. So this is a crypto play, PBTS, but, look what it got up to, 175, pulled all the way back down to 151. These are big, and that's a big percentage drop. So let's see what happens once this market opens. 40 million in the float. Not high, not low. All right, just looking to see if anything else is sneaking in here before I close down my my scanners, my pre-market scanners. Yeah, so that I can't help you with, Pete, but if you throw that out, maybe somebody else has a cup and handle. If not, go to info@trade-ideas.com. One of the other Trade Ideas traders, they may have something like that. Okay, so just a second. Let me just give you the, just a minute, got on my caps lock still. And see if any of the other traders at Trade Ideas have something that can mimic cup and handles. I don't have anything like that, so. Yeah, we don't have the Trader's Vault anymore, so I don't, at least it's gone. I don't think we have it anymore. We got rid of a lot of, so I don't see it here anymore. Yeah, we got rid of a lot of these channels. You know, a lot of them just weren't being used, so it was too much clutter. No, I don't think we have that anymore. But I almost guarantee if you send something to info@trade-ideas.com, one of the other traders might have something that can help you with that. Okay. All right, guys, give me one moment. One moment, please. All right, you're saying it was there. I must have missed it. Let's take a look. This is now this is the old channel bar. Why can't I see it? There you are. Okay, you're absolutely right. So it's there from the old. I can't load it. I don't think it's. I don't think it made it into the dock channel though. I might be wrong. Yeah, I don't see it here. So is it here too? What's wrong with me? Okay, it's definitely not in the dock channel. It's in the, but I guess you can, you know, you still have access to it from the original channel bar. So there might be something there. Yeah, no, I understand in channel bar, I get it, but not in the dock. I didn't see it in the docked channel bar. I didn't see that in the docked channel bar, which is what I'm using. Yeah, so because we got rid of a lot of channels. Yeah, it's definitely not there unless I just can't see it. I'm hearing DQ also, guys. DQ, and I don't mean Dairy Queen. Let's take a look at DQ. It is starting to fade here. Again, a little more expensive. The low of yesterday was, looks like around 55. So it's at 58.23, so it has some room. All right, I'm going to shut down my pre-market scanner. Yeah, tough spread right now to commit to it, but yeah, VRA 955, 983. All right, I'm sorry, guys. This market snuck up on me. Good morning. Well, let's have a great trading day. Start of September, September 1. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Let things try to settle down a little bit. Well, if Zach can't find shorts for ABCV, there's no hope for us. So SKLZ continues, guys. SKLZ continues. Let's see if it can break through 14. The high in the pre-market was 1394. And Ellis continues down this EL. I don't think it's shortable for me. Ah, it became shortable. Ha! 1,000 shares. ELYS is just giving it up all the gains it had yesterday. Well, not all the gains it had yesterday, but certainly profit taking, whatever you want to call it. Well, ABVC is popping, guys, after the pullback. Now, it got as high as 457 in the pre-market, got all the way down to 390 or so, and now it is starting to move. But again, it's early. I say I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down as best they can. Run. Again, some pretty aggressive price targets. This almost looked like this was a buyout right here. Look at this. All right, Vera, well, come on, let's go. Vera is sitting right around that 950 mark. When I'm talking about VRA. So again, run. JP Morgan suggesting 90% upside, probably from here, 44, and I think it was Wolf Research, $62 price target. So lots of activity for run today because of those upgrades. All right, Vera starting to plunge a little bit more. The next low looking left on the monthly chart looks like around, well, it's through that one. So the next low is 807 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, looks like 888. So it still has some room. Boy, look at this bottoming tail for grub. Very strange action here, guys. So but it is starting to move. I don't see any news on it. I don't see anything about it. Interesting. Ford came on the option scanner. So take a look at this. So the alert was at 1304. Something's gone haywire. That should not have happened, guys. Okay, that should not have happened on the option scanner. 1.9%. Yeah, disregard the, if you have my option scanner, disregard it. I don't know what's happened here unless something I'm not aware of, because that says 2%, you know, and that has to be 300%. Has to be trading 3 times normal option the number of contracts, which is not what's happening with Ford as far as I can see. So it says, you know, I don't know what's going on. I honestly don't. So I would disregard it, okay? Yeah, so all right, 7 minutes in, just trying to let things settle down a little bit here. Choppy action the first 15 minutes, very typical. You know, if you were chasing that ABVC, sorry, that wouldn't have turned out very well for you. All right, well, maybe they've got a hold of this one. You know, BlackBerry, BB, look at the volume coming in. They meaning the Wall Street WSB. And we have a halt. This QBG is halted on the way up. This is the one, guys, who filed for Chapter 11 yesterday. Wow, Vera turned right around, like right around. We had a halt in EVAX, early EVAX. Also, EVAX got halted. Don't know if I've ever seen this one before. Doesn't look like this is a virus play. This is one of those Danish stocks. Oh, one of those Danish stocks, guys. Low float. Can't tell if this was really an IPO back here, or this was a SPAC perhaps, because just looking at that $10 level. This is going to have, if this holds, this is going to have a gigantic open. Now again, it's early. I see 940, 940, 950. Now I'm seeing 935. So it's starting to drift down to the halt price. Back up to 950, 950. All right, guys, keep an eye on standard. Look at SLI, guys. I noticed it in the pre-market. SLI, of course, this is an EV play, really. SLI, not a low float, Canadian company. Where are you out of? All right, cheer us on, out of my hometown, Vancouver. So let's keep an eye on SLI, volume coming in. Not in my option scanner. Oh, in yours, Rubber Toe, maybe. Ha. Oh, I know why. Okay. Remember, I added a filter a long time ago, actually. The stock has to be up for the day before I see it. Okay? So, yeah, it satisfies the 300% minimum and the 2,000 contract minimum, but it's down for the day. I added a filter a long time ago. Look at wow, look at BBIG, guys. Back from the dead. I mean, this was all the way back down to 729. BBIG, definitely a meme stock. And look at the market. You don't have to add it. You don't have to. But, you know, I decided to months ago. Probably a couple of months ago. Wow, look at BBIG. What a huge recovery here. I mean, this got all the way down to 729, right back up to 873. That's about $1.50, just like that. And BLCM was active in the pre-market also. I didn't talk about it because it did this. It got up to 410 and then it pulled all the way back down. So when I was opening the room, it was still sitting around here, but some volume coming into BLCM, low float. And SQBG just opened. That's a ton of volume. I mean, look at the volume for BBIG. Oh, look at this volume right there, 18 million. This will trade the float easily today. Look at that. Even though it has a relatively high float of 50 million shares. This is the meme stock of the day right now for sure. Just a lot of selling at the beginning and then just exploding here. Look at that, 20 million first candle. I mean, this will trade. It's traded 30 million already. The float's 50. It's probably trade the float at probably at least double today. Yeah, I can't chase it. I mean, it's just doing what it's doing and it just got halted. All right, now EVAX has come back down to earth. Oh, I see. Okay, it actually, it opened. What did it get up to? Yeah, well, I mean, it got halted at what price? 865, so it did pop up to 960, and then it's pulled back. All right, first 15 minutes in the books. Let's see. Now, this will be a little bit funny if Ford actually does something. I just don't think so. Disregard it, guys, please. I don't know what happened there. The option volume is nowhere near what it's supposed to be. Give me a moment here. I should probably mute myself when I do that, but I figure out what the heck. It's a great morning sound, isn't it, pouring coffee? Except when I spilled it like I did. The estimated value of BBIG, I have no idea. I mean, all I can do is you just have to look left and see where it could stall. Last month's high was what, $10? So I mean, but I don't think in terms, I have no idea how I would put estimated value. There is no value. This is just a meme stock. There's no fundamentals, really. But, you know, just look left. Last month's high, you know, remember now, we're September 1. So last month's high was $10. That happened actually on the 8th. Actually, the 18th, I'm sorry, not last month. Yeah, I guess last month's still. This is the week, right? So this is the week. So the high was 940 there, so it's above that. So anyway, last month's high was $10. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I thought you meant something different. Well, okay. Right now we see 946, 947. Okay, so there's no big pop in store right now. Doesn't mean that's for sure, of course. That's okay. I should have realized what you were saying. So we just open now. Okay, Vera is back down after the pull-up. VRA is back down after that pull-up. Got all the way back up almost to $10. Well, on BBIG, wow. I'm just going to say challenging 10, challenge accepted, done. Now, this is definitely the meme stock today, guys. No doubt about it. BBIG. Doesn't trade. I don't believe it's an optionable security. And the answer is yeah. Oh, it is. Interesting. However, you know, the option volume, though, where are you, Roberto? And not Roberto, but Roberto. So it showed up on yours at 791. Man. And it just, I'm sure this could get halted again. In fact, it just got halted. Yes, BBIG just got halted again. Whoa. Yes, sorry, I'm just perplexed about this F thing. What's what I say there? SL, let's see, SL, yeah, you're right. If it takes out 10, well, in fact, it just did. Or it's trying. What's the spread like? 10, 12, 10, 13. Is there any, yeah, I mean, this is having, oh, of course, SLQT, of course, this is having its comeback, trying to have its comeback from its earnings disaster. Nice find on the SLQT. I completely forgot about it. Actually, it's in my. What am I thinking? It's right here. I got to keep paying more attention to my watch lists. I just can't. I've got so many other things going on. This is mainly for you guys. Let's see what's happening with the BLCM at 374. What is it doing? 387 through the 200-day moving average. Pre-market high was around 4. That may stall it. 4 may stall it. Not optionable, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Oh, like take a look at BBIG and where could it open? No real clue. It was halted at 1119, and that's kind of what I see. And in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, this is from Interactive Brokers. This kind of gives you maybe a peek into the future, but this is not showing you anything other than it's still at the halt price. Sometimes you'll see a stock halted, and I look at this. This is from Interactive Brokers, and it might say like 12 or 1210, 1220, which would assume it's going to be a pop when it opens, but no clue right now. Yeah, I don't trust that one, William. As you know. Real will say that you should not have extended hour like pre-market with the MAs. I believe ours does. I haven't seen like the massive difference, and in fact, sometimes you see these crosses a little bit earlier. But you know what? It's open for discussion, I guess. But I think Real would say that the majority of people don't use pre-market data for their moving averages. All right, let's see what happened with BBIG. So, and it opened. Of course, lifetime range now, it's at an all-time high and getting higher. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No, I'm happy enough with Interactive Brokers. I know I could change brokers or something like that, or get it, but it doesn't really. Wow, look at this now. It got halted on the way down now, And now this looks like a 930, well, it's hard to tell. 931, 1031, 1030, 1031. So we'll see, but this got halted on the way down. Thou shalt not chase, right? That's the 11th commandment. Keep an eye on this BLCM, guys. I mean, this is such a low float, 8.3 million in the float through the 200-day moving average. I think it might struggle to get through 4. If somehow it can get through 4, and let's take a look on the weekly chart and see what the next highs are. Yeah, so 446 is the next high in the weekly chart if it can get through 4. Look at skills. I mean, easy come, easy go. I mean, this, you've got to be skillful, you know, with these guys. Not just this one, but I mean, with a lot of the things that we see. I mean, yeah, it's wonderful when they move up, but you just can't wander away from your computer. You think, oh, I'll get into this one, come back. Look at this market, guys. We're in a, you know, we've got this disconnect, the classic disconnect right now with this market. We've got the Dow down, SPY is up, basically flat, tech is up. So we have this disconnect. And look at the market. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red bars in a row in the 15-minute chart so far. One person caught it anyway. Thank you, Real. GBS again. I don't know what to say about BBI. I mean, it's just a simple, basic new highs. You know, the relative volume. I don't know what your relative volume numbers are, but you have to adjust something because I mean, the relative volume is high enough. The overall volume, of course, was high enough, so the percentage increase was high enough. You know, I mean, even this one, I mean, yeah, a nice little pop all the way up to 1044 and then a nice pullback. So now let's watch it. You know, for me, you know, maybe taking a 1022 could get it rolling again. But as I said, for the last 4 days, you know, the reason it dropped, it's not over. Okay, when I say not over, I don't mean it's going to drop again, but I mean for all these reasons, this was an earnings play. So it dropped because of that. I mean, that's still in force. Yes, it's trying to come back, but I think then, Ivan, we can define that as user error. Okay, so you're right. Annie is trying to move here, and it's not showing up. Probably for me, it's because the relative volume is still a little light, and I've got some pretty aggressive filters for relative volume in most of my scanners. You know, probably a minimum of 3. RVLV, let's take a look at RVLV from Zach. Okay, another one, a little out of the price range I like, but hey, lots of volume coming in. But this is probably shortable. All right, there's the SLQT back up to that level. You know, can it hold 10? That's the big deal right now for SLQT, holding 10. So far, very inactive day so far for the options scanner. Again, disregard the F. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you're giving up a lot, but for the BBIG, I mean, if it gets anywhere close to 11 again. And by the way, congrats on those who took the Lucid on that big, on a pullback, not on a pullback, but on a bounce play. Tremendous. I know some of you did that. Yeah, well, it didn't bounce, no. So this is really starting to drop now, BBIG. Man. I just wish this one would trade a lot more in the US market. Stantec, my wife's company, man, oh man. It's a Canadian, trades in Canada, doesn't trade that much in Canada either, but what a great run it's having. You know what? Keep an eye on this Cano, excuse me, CANO. No, it doesn't trade in cannabis. It's a big engineering company with a big architectural bent side to it, of course. CANO guys, this is, let's see, 161 million in the float, so it's not a low float, but it might be a rather gentle play. Cano Health, CANO, having a nice little run off the bottoms way down here last month. The highs up here, so it's got some room. TTCF, the tattooed chef. Let's see, the tattooed chef was been beaten up badly. Actually, it's had a nice little run from this 16 up to 22 over the last few days, couple of weeks, I guess. This was just, but it's a tough trader. Look at these bottoming tails, topping tails on the monthly chart. This was one of those SPACs back in back here in October of 2020. Who mentioned that SLQ? Bob, good spot on the SLQT. All right, let's take a look at JMIA. JMIA, this used to be billed as the Amazon of Africa. Strong. Yeah, it is strong. Look at this. I mean, nice break, but coming into, looks like a lot of resistance right around here, plus being above those Bollinger Bands. Well, I mean, if it goes to the pink sheet stocks, I mean, I can't specifically say any stock is going to zero when they declare bankruptcy. But if they go to the pink sheets, I mean, I can't really, I don't know how to answer that. I don't think there's a 100%. Cano guys, CANO. This is, I mean, it's maybe right for a reversal, as Real is saying, but it is pretty strong, big float. All right, now we have a little pop in the market. Give me a moment, please. And that's why we keep you around, William. So again, nothing happening in my option scanner today yet. Just checking some of the ones that are moving down from the basic new highs. Tuesday, no lows, so nothing really happening here. This ABVC, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I think that's probably a wonderful short. All right, so Batlights, when you say the halt levels, are you talking about where the potential opens could be? If that's what you mean, no. It's, your broker will have something like that. Or if you're talking about where a stock could halt in the future, no. But we've got our halts resumed, I mean, it's somewhat pretty obvious when you see a stock that is moving, and usually it's showing up on a scanner, moving really quickly, you can almost rest assured that it's going to get halted. If that's what you're talking about. No kidding. No kidding. Moving. I mean, go figure, right? Let's declare bankruptcy, so we'll move down. Now let's have people pile in and buy us for a while. And we have now a halt. All right, BLCM guys. It's getting really close to that 4 level now. That was an AI alert also back at 365. It's taken its time. It takes out this 408. I mean, it still has room. I'm going to stick an alert up at 403 or so just to see if it gets over 4, because I think I looked left. I think 446 was the next high looking left on the daily chart. So yeah, so look at the ZVAX. That was much ado about nothing. EVAX had the pop. Not, again, my theme today, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. With this BLCM, guys, again, if it takes there, I mean, it's nicely through the 200-day moving average earlier, 351. Look at the volume. It'll trade the float easily today. I mean, 8 million, it's traded 6 million now, so it'll trade the float easily today. I think if it just cracks through 4, this could get it really rolling. I mean, it may crack through and pull back, but now look at Ader, guys. This was an option play a few days ago. It's above yesterday's high now, I believe, 644. Yes, just above yesterday's, or it's at yesterday's high. Look left, look at the room it's got. Okay, so keep an eye on Ader. If it maintains a little bit above yesterday's high, it could start to fill in this gap again. What's the volume like? You know, it's a little extended right now, unfortunately, on all these time frames and above these Bollinger Band levels. But man, I mean, if this can just settle down a bit, talking about the Ater, A-T-E-R. Yeah, it may not settle down. The SSW window doesn't stay updated on the latest beta that we have. Ah, doggone it! The Ader is just it's just running away from me. I don't know what you mean. You know, this is not dynamic. You know that. You have to click on. This is not change. Well, I shouldn't say that. This Ader. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little upset because I wanted it to rest just a little bit. Didn't listen to me. I think somebody said there was a financing for FCUV. I think. There you go. There's your news, Roberto, from CASA for FCUV, a secondary, $5 a share. Yeah, there goes Cano. It did really not have a pullback at all. I mean, it just rested, then another pop here. Keep an eye on this BLCM. I mean, it's flirting again with that 4 level. Okay, so it popped up over 4, came right back down a little bit. Let's see if it takes out 4 with any authority next time. Yeah, Ben, so if you can, hopefully you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. There are only 2 options for our charts, okay? So if you right click on the chart and go to properties, okay? It's either symbol linking checked or it is unchecked. So that's why when I click on an alert, that's why these time frames all change to the symbol, whereas the SPY doesn't because it's unchecked, okay? Ah, man, oh man, I'm a little bit ticked with the ATER. I know it just showed up on my other option scanner. This is what I'm talking about, guys, okay? I've got this other variation of it where it looks to see where the next high is. Has to be 75 cents away. So I had the alert at 645. Now we have an alert here at 692. I cannot share that with you because it has a custom formula in it. All right, now, what I'd like to do here is maybe stick an alert just over 7, see if it takes it out again, because, you know, just have to look left, look at the room it's got. Last couple of days ago, the high was right up here around $9, so it does have room, just like it's doing. Ah, man, what an active morning. It's 10:24 already. So, first of all, if you are new to the room, welcome to the trading room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen, and I am live on the mic. I always start off by putting my homepage link, lots of information in my homepage. Now, in what I call the main trading room, you'll see I have a tab here called Barry's homepage, so that is always available. There's the link. If you click on my homepage tab, there is the link. Click on the link. And this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry for Alpha for 15, there's the promo code you can use for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. All right, so here's our premium and standard, annual and monthly. So premium, the big one, $22.68 a year minus that 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual. You can go month to month. That's fine. $118 for the standard, $228 for the premium on a monthly basis. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. All right. If you maintain a monthly subscription, then this is what you will pay going forward. So on my homepage, these 3 sections, the Trade of the Week, Stock of the Day video, and the Education section, these are all free. So you can click here, you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video, I usually do it around noon Eastern. And all the education that we have, you know, if you're brand new, I would really recommend you take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. These go over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. What is a top list? What's an alert window? Introduction to the cloud, okay, all the way down to Brokerage Plus. So I would really recommend you take a look at that. And, you know, I'm going over this quickly. Main reason is all you have to do is save my link, and then you can take a look at all this at your leisure, or leisure. Daily support sessions. So today is Wednesday. I'm not sure who's in the room today. I think it might be Chris again. I'm sorry. It's Steve Gomez. He'll be in our YouTube room. So at noon I do take a break, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I'll pop the link in so you can head over there if you want to. So our daily webinars, you can sign up for them all. They are on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but they're not Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday every day now. We're going to be staggering them. So today there is a webinar. So what will happen is now it'll be Monday, Wednesday 1 week, Tuesday, Thursday the next week. So there is a webinar today at Wednesday. It is Wednesday. Brad and Dan, co-founders of Trade Ideas. This is the one I help out on. But you can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, creating your account, starting trade ideas from scratch, information about the AI. So there are more educational videos here. If you're new to trading, really great little series, 36 short videos starting off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, a lot of good information here. And we created some ebooks for you. So again, lots of information on my homepage. Save the link, so you can take a look at all this information whenever you want. And the other big section that is not free, you have to have a subscription, of course, to Trade Ideas, but all the scans that I'm sharing, including a sample layout, and all the scans I'm sharing, including my favorite one, the option, moving higher with unusually strong options. But I have other scans, you might want to take a look at. Arrange my window size. Okay, now before I continue on, SGOC, let's take a look at it. Oops, SGOC. Well, it's not trading. The relative volume is only 0.24, so it's not trading abnormally. It is having a little pop here. I don't really know what more I can add. I mean, yesterday's high was what, 855, so it's a little bit above that. High before that was 906, so I guess it's got a shot to get there, but I really don't know I can't really add any more. This one always moves kind of on its own without any information, without any news, like a lot of them do. It's not a short. I don't think this is a meme stock based on that short float percent. Well, it's funny. I mean, I don't know, Harry. I mean, I don't, because, when I look at the single stock window, I'm not fixated on it, okay? Because usually I'm clicking on something else. Right now, of course, that is going to be that'll be the price. I've really not even noticed if it changes, to be honest. Because well, it just did change, so I guess it is dynamic. But it's like our charts. It should probably update every 5 seconds, 8 seconds, or something. Yeah, I can see it is still dynamic. All right, let's take a look at FSLY. Okay, so this is interesting. Yes, I see what Real is looking at here. I don't see it's above the Bollinger Bands on the 5 or the 2. 15, yes, and now that you told me to put the 60 way above. Yeah, I have a feeling I know what's happened, Yeti. You've gone to, this is, for instance, if you go to options and you do anything in here, the single stock window gets all jumbled. I get it. That's why I don't do it anymore. It's a bug of some sort. So hopefully what you do is you save your layout and just bring it right back. All right, guys, listen, I have to go over a little bit about trade ideas, okay, for those of you who are new. So first of all, just to introduce what trade ideas is, we are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live in this world, you can use trade ideas. Well, I'll tell you, Yeti, it does take a little bit getting used to. I have found a way, in fact, if you use this, tools, options, let me just see. If you try, I don't know if you tried this, the auto size columns, okay, in the layouts, and then click on auto size columns. That has really solved the majority of all my problems regarding column widths with the beta. You notice I don't know how long you've been in this room, but when we first launched that beta, it was unusable for me because you're right, the column widths, I couldn't really adjust them the way I wanted to, but I've been able to do that now. The odd time, I have to do some fiddling, but it's basically gone now. Yeah, and also, if you're not a big fan of going to their channel bar, then it really doesn't matter. The functionality is still the same, of course. There's no difference in the functionality. But if you don't care about going to the channels or even creating, I like the docking. I love being able to do stuff like this. Have different something that's not a layout, but just having things grouped together in a container. But it's not mandatory, of course. Oh, unchecking it helped. Okay. Unchecking it helped. Okay. Well, there you go. All right, so getting back to what trade ideas is, so we scan the stock market, the U.S. stock market. Again, doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use trade ideas. So this is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. Generally, when you right-click on any window, you're going to see something like this. And you click on Configure, and then Summary, and this tells me what I'm looking for. All right, so in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. So if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Okay? And of course, this is one of the ones I'm sharing. And if you looked at this and you said, well, I like the concept, but I don't like the price range, no problem. You just change it. Just get a little bit getting used to using trade ideas. But of course, you want to make that 10 and 20 click on Summary. You see how it's been changed. Now, the good news is you do not have to learn a programming language to use trade ideas. If I right-click, again, Configure, Search, here are all the alerts that we have. Tons of alerts and lots of filters. Now, you don't have to learn them all. Okay, what we try to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can find the right combination to create the type of scan they're looking for. So you don't have to learn them all, but they're there for you if you want them. But again, the good news, you don't have to even learn how to create a scan at the beginning or ever, I guess. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. And also in our toolbar, if you click on New, and then I'm going to click on the Dock Channel bar, all of these channels here, they're all theme related. And I always like to start off on the momentum channel. So here's the Momo channel, right, or a scan we call momentum, okay? And if you like this one, you know, I'm not going to go over the mechanics of it, but you can save it to the cloud. You can start extracting different windows, scans from the different channels, and you can save them to the cloud. Let's take a look at DTIL. A little bit of a lag today I'm finding a little bit of a lag. Yeah, not sure why that's happening exactly. But if you thought, wow, this is a great looking scan, I'd love to have this one part of my layout, you just save it to the cloud. And so the exercise now is that you can go, and again, you can also, of course, make a change to it. You know, if you didn't like the price range or something else, you can make a change. But if you like it as it is, and probably, you know, starting out, you might just take it as it is. And so the idea now is you can go to the different, you can go to the different channels and start extracting windows that you think you might like to have. You know, the action is heating up right now. So you take a window and you save it to the cloud, and from that you can build a layout. You know, you'll have everything stored into your cloud. And again, I encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons, how to use the cloud, and then you can just basically bring them back one at a time and create a layout without having to know how anything was created at the beginning. So we try to make it very, very easy for you. Now, rarely do I get something this cheap in the option scanner, because a lot of times some of these cheap stocks they just don't have, they just don't trade options. But this one is PROG, and let's look left. It's got a ton of room if it can hold a dollar. This showed up in the option scanner. I see any showed up in the option scanner as I was going through my spiel, 740. So hey, listen, I'm just going to put an alert back up there and see if it takes it out later on in the day. Remember, the stocks you get in the option scanner, treat them like a watch list. Sometimes you get the alert, they'll pull back, and then all of a sudden later on they'll take out that high again and they start to move. And also make sure you look left. I mean, again, look at this one, WTRH. Now, you know, that next high looking left is $1.65. We're at $1.40. That's pretty close. You know, the BLCM just did not want to take out 4 in any great way. So, you know, for me, right now it's a lost cause. I still have my alert. I'll reset my alert up here. Okay, if you have our premium service, this is what I would recommend, how you can watch the AI alerts as they come in. Just click on New, and then, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you see. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You see there was the alert for BLCM 365. It got up to 4. You know, but you know, use it like a watch list. You can trade around it all day. And what you can do is you can take this window. This is attached. This is part of the docking. You know, don't worry about these things up here, but you can take this window right there and incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every day. And you know, nothing will happen until at least 9:35. The AI does not trigger any alerts in the pre-market. Talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. This window you see here called Brokerage Plus. All right, so this link I put in here called the Brokerage Plus link has two videos. The first video, short video, if you have an interactive brokerage account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to. Listen carefully, please. If you don't have an interactive brokerage account or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this window. Not mandatory to use it, but it's a feature that we have. And it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. Very simple to use. And the second video, longer video, it's about 26 minutes long, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. But it's also relevant, because now we're going to talk about practicing trading before you actually commit money to the market. Paper trading, simulation trading, whatever you want to call it, before you commit money to the market, please, please, please practice trading. This uses our real-time data. I don't know why this one I think I left this in from yesterday. Let me get rid of that. Just give me a moment. Okay, so it uses our real-time data, okay, when you're practicing. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, because it's using our real-time data. Keep an eye on this 8er, guys. If it takes out 7 again, I mean, this could, it's got the room when you look left. ATER as an ATER. So very simple to use. You just click on an alert. And you pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. I always like to... Okay, let's just say we wanted to take any right now. Okay, what's the spread like? That's not bad. I'm going to take 500 shares of it. I'm going to go in at the market. This is again in the simulator. And notice I got in at 741. I'm going to put a stop at 721. What's the stop, you say? Well, when you get into trading, unfortunately not every trade is going to work. So the way I trade, and many of us trade, is that you have to have a price where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. It's that simple, okay? Now, if you're new to trading, that'll be probably the most difficult aspect of it. Where should that price be? And that's only going to come with practice. I'm just demonstrating the mechanics of doing all this right now. If I looked at this chart though, I'd be looking at this area right here at say 690. It looks like there's a lot of support right there. And so I would say, if I got into this trade right now, I sure don't want to be in it if it breaks down through that support area. So that would be my, that's where I'd be putting my stop. Okay, breaks down through that, I want to be out of the trade. I just have to move on, accept the fact that not all trades work. So where you're going to put your stop, I'm pretty visual. It looks like I'm going to get stopped out almost immediately. But it's okay. I'm going to show you the mechanics of that. It'll take me out of the trade. Notice when I put the stop in, it says minus 97.50. It's approximately $100. And it took me out of the trade. Okay, so it took me out of the trade for the $100 loss. Okay, now where are you going to put your stop? Again, I'm a kind of more of a visual person. I like to look at the chart, size up where I think the support is, and others might use a moving average. Some might use the low of the previous 5-minute candle or 15-minute candle. You're just going to have to practice. Where you get very comfortable placing stops. So where you place your stop, I put it 20 cents away. You can't see it now, but remember it was 721, was in at 741. The next aspect is, okay, how much are you going to risk per trade? If it works against you, if you have a $5,000 account, you don't want to risk $1,000 on the trade, each trade. So in the simulator, I always risk $100 a trade. That share sized me. How did I get 500 shares? Well, some quick math. Remember, I was in at 741. My stop was 721. The difference is 20 cents. If I'm going to risk $100 a share, I can divide 20 cents into 100. I get 500 shares. So again, the way I trade, I don't take a set number of shares every trade. I will vary the number of shares based on the difference between my entry and my stop. And my stop isn't always, well, I'm going to 10 cents away, 20 cents away, 30 cents away. It will vary again based on what I'm seeing. So that's why there's a lot to trading. It is not easy, but that's why we have the simulator. So practice, practice, practice. And notice I got stopped out. That's one of the hardest things to do also, is to allow yourself to get stopped out. Many times when you first start trading, and even if you've been trading for years, it's hard. You let your ego get in your way and you think, man, oh man, maybe I put that stop too tight, or maybe I didn't quite recognize where I should have put that stop, or I just don't want to believe the trade won't work. So you start not obeying your stop, you start reducing it. Instead of that manageable $100 loss, it turns into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. Okay? So, a lot of aspects we just went over, but in my opinion, very important. All the money management skills that you can gain from practicing in a simulator. Here's the other harsh reality. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade using live money, your real money. The other one is also, though, even if you can make money in the simulator, it's no guarantee you're going to make money again when you start trading, because again, it's emotions come into play. When you're in a simulator, you get out of a trade, oh well, lost $100, but it's not your money. Okay, we try to tell people, well, treat it like it's real money, but it's not. But when you start trading, it's your real money, and wow, a lot of emotions come into play when you see your P&L jump up and down. So practice, practice, practice before you commit money to the market. All right, now I can take a look at some of the things that are happening, especially from my option scanner. I want to see if there's anything that is... Yeah, so I've got my alert set up here for the any, again, at 740. We're seeing this time and again that, yeah, you get the alert. Remember, it doesn't mean you have to hop into the trade immediately. Watch to see how it's trading. Check to see what sort of room it has, on the daily, the weekly, and the monthly chart. And if it starts to drop, put an alert back at the alert price, which I've done for the any, and it might come back later on in the day. Now what I didn't do is, let's just take this trade on a pullback, the any on a pullback. I did not demonstrate that. So let's just say you wanted to take 300 shares, but only if it pulled back to this level here, to 690. Okay, and this is how you do it. These are the mechanics of how you do it. Okay, click the buy button, and now, so if any pulls back to 690, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can practice, taking trades on pullbacks. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, the other thing I should mention about using this Brokerage Plus window, you can also use it to practice swing trading, okay? So if I don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading. It'll carry forward, all right? So you can practice swing trading using this Brokerage Plus window. Now, this was a meme stock a while back, this stupid WPG that's declared bankruptcy 1,000 times, and then got some money maybe. I don't know. I don't know anything more. I don't know about this one anymore, but I know this was a meme stock back in right there that month when it popped up to 18 for no reason. Back here when it popped up to 17 for no reason. Well, you know, this prog, what's the low down here? 10 cents away. This prog, I mean, the longer this holds, so it's not a low float. 61 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. PROG. I mean, there's good volume, 8 times normal, 8.7 times normal. So it's definitely trading. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Let's see. Okay, on the 24th, they announced the closing of a $40 million public offering. So they raised money. Of course, that's probably what caused this drop right here. But now that's being absorbed. The initial dissatisfaction with existing shareholders not liking their positions being diluted. It's the whole idea, but you know, starting to crawl back a little bit here. Volume coming in, PROG. Again, it's well, risky. I mean, they're all risky, but at least it's got the room. You look left, it's got a ton of room. But if you took this one, you know, I'd be very wary of it breaking down under $1 again. Oh, look at these topping tails. This is not good for the eighter. These topping tails right here on that 15-minute. Now, there's a bottoming tail there, granted, but filter that would have alerted before it doubled. FCUV. Well, there was no real clue on this in the pre-market because it really didn't, let's see, what did it close at, 535? Well, you know what? You could have been watching this in the pre-market, okay? Now, the fact that it was up in the pre-market, and it was up a decent percentage in the pre-market, didn't mean it was going to do this, obviously, okay? But, you know, you could have had an alert here easily, you know, just, I mean, look at the volume that came in. I'm just trying to see if it would have alerted. Yeah, I mean, right there, there's some volume that came in. So you could have had an alert at around, $7, depending on the type of scan. And what did it get up to? 14? And now it's halted. You know what? I think there's something going on with this one because so this is halted and it's not showing up on my halt scan. So there's something going on with this one. It's not picking up. Okay, sorry. This is a pink sheet stock. Okay, I guess. At least we have it. We have it listed as a pink sheet stock. And it's possible that our provider is incorrect. I don't know. Can you guys, anybody verify that it's a pink sheet stock or it's for FCUV? Let me just go check another source. Yeah, so it's not going to show. So Eric, one of the things is it's not going to show up on my scans because I don't look at the pink sheets. Okay, so I can tell right off the bat it's a pink. Well, it is a pink sheet stock. So you'd have to have your scans. If you right click, configure, and exchanges, you'd have to have these checked. Now they're checked up here, but they're not checked here. And in my halt scanner, I guess they're not checked. Yeah, you see. So I don't have them checked in my halt scanner. That's why they're not showing up. So yes, I mean, you just have to make sure you have those exchanges checked. Does that make sense? And then virtually any filter looking for new highs on volume or high relative volume would have picked it up. It's not on well, it's not listed. I went to FinViz and they don't have it listed either. And typically when it's not listed on FinViz, it means that it's an OTC stock. Okay, so it's its first day on Nasdaq. Okay, so that's the reason. It's its first day, but it hasn't made it into our provider's database. And neither, I'm not going to dump all over our provider this time because it's not showing up in FinViz either, which typically is fairly up to date. But and that it looks like that is today. Yeah, well, we're just explaining all that, Todd. It's not showing. Well, for me, it's not showing up because if you're using mine, I don't have the OTC stocks checked. Okay, and our data provider still has them as an OTC stock. Okay, not as a first day trading as a Nasdaq stock. Okay, that's the reason. So if you're using my halts, but somebody else just telling me that they do have that checked for their halts and it is showing up. So let me just So if I do this, presto, okay? All right, guys, take a look at that. At Fastly, did it do anything off that high? Not really yet. Guys, Prague is, inch by inch by inch. Let's see if we get some volume into it. Problem is, it's 61 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move this. All right, guys, I think they've got a hold of it. WPG, they being the WSB, I don't see any other reason for it. And Benzinga and I are saying the same thing. Trading higher, not seeing any company-specific news to justify the price action. So I think this is just a WSB stock today. I don't know if we even have any float information on it. Well, let's just see though. Okay, we have 15.9 million in the float. Here, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, so GSL just showed up on the option scanner, and let's take a look. So it's at a 2-year high, basically, a 2-year high. The next high looking left is 2202, so you can just sort of see, now it's a bit extended, but takes out 2202. What's the float like? 27 million in the float. Takes that 2202 out, and I don't know where the next resistance would be. Back this out on the monthly chart. Yeah, you got to go way back. Actually, let me go to the monthly chart. Yeah, you've got to go back to 2016 before we see these sort of highs. So, as far as I'm concerned, that's not really any resistance to worry about. So, stick an alert just over 22 and see what happens. 2203, and let's see what happens. Well, we're kind of in snooze control right now, guys. I mean, see, and I'm seeing a lot of stocks just kind of flattening out. Not saying there's nothing moving, but that one did drop. The FSLY from real a while back did take a while, but it did finally start to drop. And there's the VWAP 4604, as real is pointing out. After that, next low on that 15-minute is about 45.66. Okay, so I'm assuming green trades. You couldn't hear me because I mentioned that earlier, but the maybe you can't hear me. The float information that we have anyway for FCUV. Okay, Pierre, so all you have to do is this. There are only two options. The question was, again, we get a lot of questions about the symbol linking. So if you right-click on a chart, and go to Properties, and where it says symbol linking, there are only two options. You either have it checked or you have it unchecked. So in this case, all these time frames are checked. So that's why, when I do click on an alert, they'll all change to that symbol. In the case of the SPY, it's unchecked. That's why it doesn't change. Okay, so only two options, checked or unchecked. All right, guys, so notice I put that pullback to take it on a pullback, so it took it. Again, this is in the simulator. Now, even when you're taking a trade and on a pullback, I would have to know ahead of time where my stop would be. Because I'd have to be prepared to say, okay, if it did pull back to this price and it didn't, again, if the trade didn't work, where do I want my stop? Okay. So again, that would share size you the whole bit. If I don't like the way it's trading, I can just flatten it. So these are hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Just highlight it. Half gets you out of half your trade. Doubles your position. All right, RLGY, I did notice it had an upgrade this morning. This looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance, this RLGY, right around that 19 level. Okay, Pierre, did that make sense? How I explained, or what I explained? Or are you more, or was the question more about, well, how do you create the different time frames? I mean, the multi-chart, you just have to, get a chart, and then you can just start duplicating it, and then changing the time frame. Changing the time frame by right-clicking on the chart time frame. Now you can pick your time frame. So duplicate the chart, then pick your time frame, duplicate it again, pick another time frame, etc. Yeah, WPG just, again, doing a silly thing, but well, definitely not that dynamic a day. And this, my option scanner. What day is it today? Wednesday. I think Monday. Actually, the last 2 days, just kind of not trending. The alerts we're getting are just not trending that well. I mean, they're taking time, which is okay. I mean, it's just a bit of a slowdown in that. That's kind of to be honest, that's what I expected after earnings season was over. But we had about 3 weeks of once earnings season was over in that option scanner. The things we just had some incredible runs in many stocks. What I'm seeing right now is that it's just not quite as dynamic. So, again, with the GSL, I have my alert set up here. And dynamic would be this, you get the alert at 21.96 and it just starts, I don't mean it has to have a huge green candle, but it just starts to move pretty steadily from the alert. But you can just see, there was the alert, we're 10 minutes in. I'm an impatient guy when I want to see things move. We're 10 minutes in and, it hasn't moved. Has it been halted? I don't see that as a 301. Well, it's halted right now. I see 1250, 1250. That's what I see. But it's halted. This is what I see. Well, now it's 1243, 1243, 1237, 1237. So it's halted, And I really trust Interactive Brokers. I know others have other brokers may have something different, but I really trust what Interactive Brokers tells me most of the time regarding when a stock could open, or not when, but the potential price area. AR. Yeah, there's a little bit of room. I mean, 1431, lots of resistance around 15, just a little over 15. So I guess it's got a little bit of room. Trading, 1.4 times normal. So big float. So unless there's news, is there, it's an energy play, of course. But you're right, it's pretty extended. Okay, so the different times. So again, right click on the chart. Pierre, right click on the chart. Yeah, so this is what I do. I'll take one chart and I'll put where I want to have all the indicators that I'd like to see on all my charts. Okay? I mean, there might be some, like for instance, here's the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. I don't care about the 200 on these time frames, so I don't put it there. But on most of my charts, I want to see the Bollinger Band, I want to see the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, I want to see the volume. So I create a chart that looks like that, and then yes, you can save that as your default chart, okay? But and then when you load another chart, all those indicators will be there, and then you can change the time frame, or you can just duplicate the chart. Okay, you can just duplicate the chart and then just change the time frame. Okay, so now I've got the 2 and I've got the 5. I could duplicate it again. Okay, and I just keep duplicating and change my time frame. Okay, that's what I did to create all these different time frames very quickly with all the indicators that I want that I want in every single time frame. Option volume bars in the charts? No. What happened to Abby? ABV or whatever, ABBV. Let's take a look at ABV. I know it's a lot more expensive than I look at, but let's take a look at it anyway. I don't know. Wow, that is a big drop. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. I'm just checking. I don't see any news. Don't know. Trying to hold that 200-day moving average at 110. It's just a little bit below it. Boy, this is still strong. SQBG, crazy, isn't it? 1 million in the float or thereabouts. Approaching that 9. Doesn't trade options. I shouldn't say of course, but it doesn't trade options. Look at the volume, 20 million. That's traded the float a few times. 18.6 times the float. Probably not shortable for a lot of, I think even Zach could not short this or could not locate shorts for SQBG. So there is no downward pressure or not a lot of downward pressure from many who want to be able to short this because there are no shorts available. Certainly not at Interactive Brokers, but I'm pretty sure Zach mentioned earlier that he was having a difficulty locating shorts for this. So when that happens, I mean, you don't have that added selling pressure from people wanting to short a stock. Yeah, no, there's no way to put option volume bars in the charts, Mike. Sorry. Lucid was shortable earlier for me at Interactive Brokers. I'll see if it's shortable now. No, I guess they've been all snapped up. Okay, glad to help, Pierre. So guys, again, I know I nag a little bit here, but use the option scanner right now as a watch list. Okay, I mean this GSL, the longer it holds underneath this 22 mark, if we get it popping through 22, remember there's the high a few months ago, 3 months ago, was 2202. This could have a bit of a run. It's extended looking, but hey, you just have to see if it bases nicely under here and then pops through on volume. This could have a bit of a run. I mean, look at the weekly chart, and it's probably exactly, well, it's 21.95, and that's 22.02. You can just see these two highs right there. Wow, no kidding. Did it ever pop through? I didn't get it. Well, we were just talking about the fact that there's not a lot of shorting opportunities with most brokers for this, so you're not getting that downward pressure, of additional selling. You're going to get selling pressure because just people wanting to take profit, but you're not going to get additional downward pressure of people shorting. In fact, I don't think Zach can hear me, but it'd be interesting from his perspective. I don't know if his broker, if it actually has a list of stocks that are difficult to borrow. Yeah, I've got this BBIG on thumbnail, waiting to see if it takes out 10. I mean, this is wild. I mean, it's basing nicely though. And look at the volume, 152. I was way under. I said, this will probably trade the float a couple of times. So now we're at 3 times the float. I don't even know what they do, really. I don't know what their, is this a crypto play still? I have no idea. I know Honey Badger Media, etc. In theory. That's an NFT play, thank you, okay. Merging with Locomotive, okay. Okay, okay, BBIG and Zash complete acquisition. Okay, I mean, so there is, in theory, there is news. Not in theory, there is news. Now, whether you think it's good or not, it doesn't really matter. So here is the news: joint venture of Zash. So Zash must be all right. All you do is just play what we see, and yeah, you're right. I mean, if it takes out that 10, I mean, it did get up to almost $12 in the pre-market. So just stick an alert 10:09, see if it takes it out on volume, and if you take the trade, don't walk away from your computer. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right. So just kind of focusing on the BBIG, see if it takes out 10 at some point. The GSL, seeing if it takes out 22 at some point. WTRH, the alert came in at 143. I mean, this still has some. I'm going to stick an alert. Well, I'm going to stick an alert at the high here. I'm only 3 cents above it. See if it takes that out later on. I mean, this is actually not looking too bad. I mean, it's resting. It's just that a lot of these stocks are just, even from my option scanner, just kind of snoozing. But look at ATER. This has got the chance. I mean, a little bit of a chance. If this pops through 7 with some volume, because it's not super extended right now. Because look left, look at the room it's got. 2 days ago, it hit $9. So That makes sense to me, Tank. PETV, guys. PETV. Somebody mentioned this one earlier today. PETV. There's a red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. Look at the volume. Look at the potential. 420. So the next high looking left is 420. And it's a low float, 3.3 million in the float. And again, I love Benzinga. Trading higher, no reason for it. Now, I don't know if this is I don't know anymore. I don't know if this is a Wall Street bet stock. There's no short float percent. It's definitely a low float. And you can just see, I mean, if it can somehow, get over 4 and take out 420, look at the room it's got. Just stick an alert up here and see if it happens. I mean, look at the room it's got, $8. Not saying it's going to get there if it takes out 4, but look at the volume coming in. It doesn't trade options, so it's not going to show up on my option scanner. Yeah, we know that the FCUV is a OTC uplist in Nasdaq. Yeah, that's why it's not showing up on a lot of scans unless you have OTC as one of your exchanges checked. Well, there it goes. I mean, there's that 4 now. Boy, this has got a life right there. That red bar ignored on the 2-minute chart. If you'd seen that one, your trigger was around 375 or so. This is just, guys. I mean, this is severe rippage. I haven't had opportunity to say something like that for a while, but this is severe rippage. I mean, right here, that's that. What was that high right there? What for? Doing that. Let me just put in another symbol. PETV, sorry, PETV. So that's at 420. So look what it did. Got to 418 and then stalled. You can just kind of see, though, look at the volume coming in. You can just kind of see if it takes out that 420 with any oomph. I mean, this could really start to rip. I mean, it's already up 36%. I know that, but that's all traders are looking at. Can it really take out that high looking left? So I'm going to re-put my alert. Or 422, I know it's 420. I want to see if it takes that out again. Yeah, BBIG is not easy. I mean, you know, that got all the way back down to what 940 or so, and now it's popped back up to 977. I mean, it's not easy. This is one, guys. I mean, look, if I don't know why this is doing it. It doesn't really matter why, I guess, but look at the volume though. This will be trading. Let's see, 3.3 in the float, 2.5 to trade it. So yeah, let's put a double on this one in terms of how much it's going to trade the float. Well, this one was a yeah. I remember you saying that, Zach. This one was a dud. BLCM had a night. I mean, not bad. I mean, 365. It got up to 4 from the AI, but it could not take out 4. All right, and the time is 11:41. I do believe it's Steve today. So, no, in fact, it is. He's just telling me it is. So guys, I mean, instead of, use our price alerts. If you have our, if you're not using them, you should be. So easy to do. So, you don't have to stare at the chart. You stick a price alert. Very simple to do. Just go to the chart, right click, and create price alert. You can, if you've positioned it correctly, you don't have to do anything. But let's say for whatever reason I wanted to put a price alert up here at 461. It's done. I can of course change it right there. Save it. Done. I mean, it's so simple to do. I can put a note in if I want. I typically don't. Now you don't have to stare at it. So if you do get a price alert, that's what happens. You see what happens? When you minimize your price alerts window, when you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. Can't miss it. Sort on the trigger time, so you'll see it right at the top. I also put a sound alert on it. Just the same way you can put a sound alert in your alert windows. I do that mainly because sometimes I wander away from my computer. I've got a wireless headset, so when I hear that distinct sound that I use for my price alerts, I can come racing back in and seeing what's happening. So you can't miss it. Now, look what's happening. It's not, it's pulling back quite a bit actually. But, that's the whole thing. Put the price alert. It happens. If it happens, if it doesn't, then. Now here's the BBIG. There's the price alert. But again, you've got to be really careful with this one. It's funny. I mean, it's at 50. It has 50. It doesn't trade like 50 million in the float. It trades like 2 million in the float. I mean, it is so up and down. But the volume the volume is, volume on the 15. Yeah, it is increasing. What time is it? So it's got another minute. So it's increasing a little bit of volume. You can just sort of see the comparison a little bit. But you've got to be, like, you're going to take this one. Do not wander away from your computer. I don't see the cross on the 5 minute. No, maybe I do. It's hard to see the orange line. Yeah, right there, I guess, at well, way down here at 950-ish or so, yeah. All right, guys, the time is 11:46. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in to the room. So if you do want to head over there while I'm on my break, and that Steve Gomez will be there between 12 and 1 o'clock. Most of the other guys are way more into swing trading than I am. So you have swing trading type questions, you go for it. Well, this B big is, it's basing nicely over 10. Lots of action just over 10. Remember, it hit 1190 at 945. I mean, that was the opening candle. Not the opening candle, sorry. Second candle, all the way up to 1190. No, RGF is, sorry, RGS. I thought it was the RGF. I thought RGF was doing its thing again. It's it's RGS on the way down here. All-time low, almost an all-time low for RGS. Ah, okay. That makes sense, DJ. As long as, yeah, I think there might be a mild delay, but it won't matter to you because you're not hearing you're not hearing. You have no sound in the main room, and so you're just listening to YouTube. So it should be okay, guys. Keep an eye on the PETV. Seriously, okay. My favorite FLGC, I haven't seen it for a while. Is that Fulgent or something? FLGC, whoops. Yeah. Oh, that's right. That Flora growth. Right. Boy, what a run it had when it got up to 21. Fallen on hard times since then. I don't know if they did a financing. I can't remember anymore. It's cannabis play, Canada. The volume isn't great. I mean, it's 0.26, so it's not trading really abnormally. That's all. I'll never see this one. Doesn't mean it won't run, but I'll just never see it because of that volume. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be here until Steve shows up in YouTube, but I'll just put the announcement in about my break. You know what, guys? PXLW, this looks weak. PXLW looks weak. I mean, obviously it looks weak. It's actually showed up on the option scanner on the downside. Okay, it just showed up 692. And when you look left, it's got room. I mean, there's the low looking left is 620. So, you know, you might want to take a look at this. This is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Oh man, the pet V, you're absolutely right. Am I going to be in my break when it's going to do its thing? And if you're saying don't take a break, I always take a break. Got to. There's always others. Boy, I mean, you get some volume in this and taking out that 420. I mean, just look left. Look where it could go. You can see all the volume. I mean, the pet V at the very beginning, yeah, it had some volume here, but look at the volume here and here. I mean, it's really, I mean, obviously this was the huge volume bar of the day on the 15, but I mean, this is no slouch compared to the rest of them. So what's the time? 11:53. So this still has, you know, a little over 6 seconds before this closes. So there's volume coming still into PETV. All right, Be Big is back. Yes, Real is saying, yes, it is. Be Big is back. 10:24 now. Boy, it's tough though. I mean, look at this. It just broke down through 10 again. Popped right back up. It needs to leave 10 in its dust. Now, the issue with Pet V, though, is, you know, look at these topping tails, too. Yeah, I mean, look at these topping tails. So, again, what does it mean? Buyers took it up here to 414 or so. Sellers closed it here. Buyers tried again, 409. Sellers look like they're kind of in control right now, guys. You know, with these topping tails. Pixel on the way down, PXLW. If you took that short, starting to work a little bit here. Let's see. Zach mentioned what stock was that? ATCX. ATCX. The pop and then the drop. So I'm sure you pounded that down. But again, guys, you see the beauty of the price alerts. You just wait for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, you don't anticipate it's going to happen. You wait for it to happen. If it happens, great. If not, you haven't lost anything. Okay, now Be Big is leaving 10 behind. Okay, I mean, get over 1050 for the Be Big. Look at Real playing the meme stocks. Yeah, Ader, again, look, I still have my alert set just over 7 for ATER. It may happen later on in the day. May never happen. Okay, guys, PAVM just showed up. PAVM, and it is room. It's got some room. I don't see, it's got at least 75 cents to the next high. I don't know where the next high is. It's a 2-year high. So it's at least above whatever happened 2 years ago. Now it's pulled back, so the same sort of thing. The alert happened at 8:22. I mean, but look, I mean, again, this is this is the theme, guys. Getting these alerts, and I don't expect them. I don't want necessarily like 10 big green candles in a row. Just something though that instead of being so whippy, there's like an immediate drop. Just something that, okay, you get the alert, pauses a bit, maybe bases, moves up a little bit more, maybe a little pullback, but we're seeing a lot of action that just looks like this. The big pop and then the drop. So this to me is you got to be. This is a very, you got to be very nimble today. I think Steve might be streaming now. All right. All right, Steve, I see you in there. I see you notify me that you're in there. So I'll stop and streaming. Have a good time, Steve, between 12 and 1.
All right. Hello, everybody. There we go. Welcome to my desktop. Hey, I've got a good transition for you here. I have been watching, this is Barry's scan, and I heard him just mention PAVM, 11:58, 8:58 my time. And this is a good segue here because I've been watching his options volume scanner a lot lately just to kind of get an idea of what's in play. And this is a really good example right here of kind of what I wanted to start off talking about. This PAVM on Barry's scanner alerts us when these stocks make a new high. And that's okay, but I do not like to chase things. Hello, Iris. I do not like to chase things. I would rather know, I would love to have known this thing right about here as it pulled back to my favorite indicator, the 10 SMA. But the problem was, it looks like the volume didn't really show up until this burst of a price action candle here. So no real way to catch that. But, it got me thinking. I think on Monday I created this. I basically took his scanner. Let me just show you here what I'm doing so you can follow along. There we go. So this is Barry's scanner, and again, the event here is a new high. A new high coupled with all of his options volume filters. But again, I don't like to chase new highs. I would rather try and find something that's working its way into the sweet spot, which again for me is a nice uptrend on the 15-minute candle and then pulling back or sideways action into the 10 SMA. So that got me thinking, well, why don't I take Barry's scan and just simply change the event? So the event was changed from a new high to a new 15-minute low. And I don't think I really did anything in terms of a 10 SMA. I want to bring in as many ideas as I can. So I'm not using a filter to show me a new 15-minute low at the 10 SMA. I just want to see, ideally, the stocks that are showing up, on Barry's scan. Maybe if there's a little bit of patience involved, we can find a better entry. So I created this one. And what did I call it? I called it moving high. It's still the same title as Barry has. But I know it's a 15-minute low. And there's a couple of interesting examples here. Right off the bat, let's see which one. Okay, ATER was in play this morning, and ATER, it would have been showing us new highs back here. By the way, I also turned off the never mind, it's not relevant. So the new highs is not going to show us until something that's really exploded. Well, if you did buy and chase that candle at highs, you've had to sit through a lot of noise. But notice, let's see, 692 was the early morning new high price alert. But on my version, my iteration of all this, I didn't get notified on ATER until 674. So let's click into that and kind of see what was going on there. All right, so rather than the new high at 674 or where it was up here, I'm sorry, 692 roughly, right about there. My version showed up here at 674. That's more my style of an entry. That's more how I like to do it. So, that's something we do here a lot at Trade Ideas. Michael will have a great idea, or I might have an idea and Michael might improve on that. Or in this case, Barry has a great scan. But for me, just that simple little tweak of only showing me a new 15-minute low, then I can pull it up and I can evaluate it, based on its relationship to the rising 10 SMA. And I think in this case, 674 right there is a lot more interesting than chasing, and you also didn't have to wait through all of that noisy mess, back to highs, pull back to highs, etc. Let's look at a couple other examples here on the same list. If we go back, GSL. All right, GSL was called out at 21.96. It looks like right about there. Whereas my GSL came in at 21.38, which was earlier this morning, but it was right here. It was these new lows down here. So there's another example of just maybe tweaking a filter a little bit and changing the complete complexity of when you're notified from a new high to maybe something that's actually giving a nice pullback, because we want to buy low and sell high, as everybody knows. I think there was another example on here. We did GSL. Oh, Prague. Okay. Now Prague's about the same, it looks like. I got $1 and then the pullback. So you got a second look at Prague. I know there's another one on here. I think is it ANY? A-N-Y? No, it's ATER, I bet. Let's see. PAVM, GSL, ANY, and ATER. I thought I saw another one. Oh, okay. There it is. ATER. 692. I think we just did this one, didn't we? And 674. All right. ANY looks, yeah, there is ANY. Okay, so ANY at 740. Up there, 740. Oh, that's the high of the day. My God, look at that. So on Barry's version, you're having to only see it when it makes a new high. In that case, it's 740, the price action, not the time. On my version, ANY came in at 709, which is right about here. Maybe a little higher, but I think you guys get the point. So, yeah, that's kind of what I've been playing with around this week. I'll give this scan out to anybody who wants it. I'm anticipating somebody might want to see this version. I would assume you've already got Barry's version because that's one of his bread and butter go-tos. So Steve's version of options volume 15-minute low is how I would describe that. And for Iris and anybody else, see, I anticipated your question, Iris. I know my audience. All right. Trade of the week is, I like the way it's looking. Lithium. You know, we don't have the Trade of the Week webinar every Tuesday anymore. For those of you that are not aware, we have kind of slowed down the webinar. We created those afternoon Monday through Thursday webinars before we ever did this daily noon support session. And so we're basically going to an alternating schedule. So it's a Monday, Wednesday. Today is going to be the Wednesday version. Next week will be Tuesday, Thursday. So it'll be my trade of the week on Tuesday, Andy's trading studio on Thursday, and then the following week back to Monday. Jamie's webinar on Monday, and then Dan and Brad on Wednesday. So that's the new format. Hopefully it's not too confusing, but I feel like we can give better quality content rather than just trying to fill an hour with something, you know, because we have to, even though it's always a pleasure to do. So yeah, here is the trade of the week, lithium. Let's examine this one a little bit. All right, so Monday, the entry was pretty much right about there, and so as usual, well, let's back up a little bit because it's important to remember. I'll even bring up the content. So here's the trade of the week content. Oops, I don't want to do that. There we go. All right. Try to call out. Some people, if the stock should gap up, like many lately have done to us, use your own judgment on the entry. Well, let's talk about some good concepts of using your judgment. Some people like to wait and see if there's an attempt to fill the gap before making their entry. That's pretty much what I did because it, once again, kind of confounded us and gapped up over the open. Maybe it's people just buying this thing willy-nilly on the pre-market that did that. But let's reverse here a little bit. We'll go back. We'll play the time machine game. All right, so there was our open. Our opening candle was right there, and it was definitely above the trigger. And as I said, we prefer to have things open up down here and then come up underneath and then make the trigger. So when things gap up, it just kind of throws everything up in the air. And I've often said there's three choices that you have. Choice number one is to chase the gap up and buy it right on the open. And that's really, in my opinion, the least desirable of the three. The second option is to wait until there's a gap fill. Well, and in doing so, there's a gap fill right there. And I'll just go to number three. If you don't want to wait for the gap fill, wait for the price to touch the rising 10 simple moving average. Well, it pretty much took out option 2 and 3 right on the open. But what I recommend you do next time, if we have one of these and the trade of the week gaps up, don't chase it. If you miss it, you miss it, on to the next trade. But set a limit buy order. And right there, it would have been clear as bell if you'd have put a limit buy order, maybe just above 25, you would have kind of satisfied both the gap for the most part and the rising 10 SMA. So that was really more my entry that I took. And I'm glad I did. I'm glad I didn't chase the open. I'm trying to stick to my rules. So there it is. and then it popped right back up. So if you don't have that limit order in there at the gap fill or the 10 SMA, you might miss it. And on this day, right there, you would have been thinking, darn, man, I probably should have had my order in there, because things happen quickly on these little washouts. And if you're not sitting there, there's an old expression that pilots have, you have to fly the plane ahead of the prop. You got to be 2 miles downstream and making your decisions not on the fly, but anticipating. And then it got a little choppy, but for the most part, there we go. There's a good example again also. As I say, once that first 15-minute candle breaks your 10 SMA momentum, the momentum is likely done for the day. And it looks like that was probably the case. Yep, that was the case. So let's move forward now to the daily. All right. And so what we got was, there's our fake out on Monday, our pullback. And we got yesterday a nice tag of the 10 SMA. I often say, when these things, the algorithms, the quants that run these market making scenarios, they're kind of OCD. And I've noticed many times that they need to kind of hit a target before they can reverse. Well, yesterday it did that. It jammed down on the open, my old jam down talk right here. So this move on the opening down here pretty much touched the 10 period simple moving average. And let's bring forward again. And there, the same thing happened again this morning. So we actually got kind of a double tap. A double tap on the opening hour right there, and that translates into my 10 SMA on the daily chart. Well, this is really what I hope to see. Going into this, we had, a nice kind of a, there it was, nice kind of a wedge. But after the last 3 days, we have a much more definitive wedge, in my opinion. We now have a tighter point, a tighter wedge. This is really painting itself into a corner, but it's doing so at the correct levels. It's doing so above all the key moving averages. And again, just a reminder, the risk management on this is to not let the trade close. It can trade a couple ticks or a dime or 15 or 20 cents, whatever it wants, below midday. But at the end of the day is where we make our best swing trading decisions of entry, exits, and risk management. If it decides to roll over, hopefully not, and post a close under that 20 SMA, well, it's the same kind of philosophy. The momentum is likely died, and we have to take an early cue to get out. But that's not happening. I'm feeling really good about this trade. I like the way it's consolidating, and a nice, very nice pattern there. So hopefully good things to come. Maybe on Friday we can look back and say, yeah, that was a pretty good setup. Short float isn't really that impressive. It's 15% of 158 million. So, there might be a small contingency of a short panic in there. But ideally, this is kind of an EV play, And again, you can look at the granddaddy of all the EVs. Tesla looked very similar on the weekend and then has popped out of that range as well. So, if the EV market continues to move higher, oops, didn't mean to do that. If the EV market continues to move higher, then we'll be looking good, hopefully, in the lithium company. There we go, LTHM. All right, let's see what you guys want to talk about. Can I look at LCID? LCID. I'm freezing up here. Bear with me, my system likes to freeze sometimes when I'm broadcasting my desktop. We just give it 10 seconds or so and it works itself out. Notice we have the new drop-down menu. I don't know if this is on the new beta version or what, but as I type symbols, you'll notice that I get a drop-down menu, and there's LCID. I can go ahead and click in from there. All right, right off the bat, I see something. Do you guys see what I see here? That's what I preach pretty much every week. All right, obviously some bad news today. Don't know what the deal is. If you like to buy gap downs, you were rewarded, but what you needed this thing to do was to break back above this catch net, the declining 10-period simple moving average on my intraday. This is where it all happens. That's where the rubber meets the road. That's why I like to use this area as decision making. If you're somebody who didn't want to short the gap down and you wanted to wait and see, well, this was your moment right there. Just another example week after week of how this moving average is so key to trapping the price and telling us the real story of what's happening with momentum. So the sellers have control of this thing right now until such time it can turn around and pop up and close above. I will go ahead and share this scan for anybody who doesn't have it. I mean, not scan, but chart. We can share the chart settings, so that way you don't have to go in and make your own settings. There we go. I dropped the cloud link for my chart in there. All right, so Ben, is there a way to look up if a particular stock symbol came up on any channel? I'm not going to go to a channel because I hate losing all my data. That's what will happen. So let's just assume this is your channel. The way to do that, and I assume this is going to answer your question, go to any of the scans in a channel, and let's go to a alert. We'll go to S&P 500 here, and let's see if Tesla showed up on my S&P 500 high-low scan. What you do is you go to the right-click configure menu, go to the symbol list tab, and you'll notice it's that should be on all symbol. Oh, excuse me, it shouldn't be because I'm pointing towards the S&P 500. Let's see if we can change that. Single symbol. All right, so we're dropping down the menu and saying single symbol. I believe this is what you're looking for. Did Tesla come through this scan at any time today? Let's click OK, and it did. So that would be how you would search to see if a particular symbol came up on any scan. Not so much the channel, Ben, but you'd have to go to the individual scan and right-click, symbol list, and go to single symbol, and then type that in. I'm going to go back to only the list, following list, S&P 500. That's the purpose of that scan. It's just a high-low of only the S&P 500 list. So we'll go back to that. And what this does is it kind of gives me some kind of like a pulse of what the market's doing. The first four are green. What's the S&P doing? Yeah, it's getting ready to break out to highs. So sometimes when this thing turns all red, I can kind of look up and see, oh, the S&P's got a red candle. It's starting to roll over, but not the case today. All right, Sharma Princess, hello. Where are the buy and sell signals? I see them here, but not always. Well, the only buy and sell signals we have would be through our AI, which I've got open for you here. And there's only 6 strategies that made the cut today. It looks like 4 longs and 2 shorts. So what you want to do is you want to have this strategy trades AI window open. And the way in which you have this open, you can either go to the AI channel, the Trade Ideas AI right there, and it'll all be a nice, easy layout for you, ready to go. Or if you want to complement your current default layout and build it yourself, you would just go to the new menu. And notice we now have these things called docked. All right, so the best way to do just an individual window is this one right here under that line, AI Holly Strategy window and AI Trades window. If you do any of the docked channels or the docked AI, it's going to bring up a whole new container window for you. So you bring those up, and that's a good segue. What I like to do sometimes is go through and talk about how the best trade management is on these, because really the value of the AI is okay, you qualified that. Also, I no longer see the Holly channels, only the Trade Ideas AI. Yes, so we combined those 3 channels. They were kind of confusing. We combined them into one simple layout, and it's right there. So if you have the premium version, you can get the pre-designed layout there. But what I like to do sometimes is just quickly go through and remind people that the value of the AI is the real-time entry. All right, notice the stop out down here is much lower than what I would suggest to use. People who use their own trade management seem to do better, and that 10 simple moving average really is the stop out that I would use if I was trading the AI signals, which I'm not because I've been doing this a long time and I kind of know what I'm looking for, and I'm also a swing trader. These AI generated ideas are more intraday. So as we go through here, let's just see how these scenarios play out. Okay, here's a good one. So there's our AI generated idea in real time right there on the second candle. We're still in the money, but now we're approaching, as I said earlier, where the rubber meets the road. All right, a little bit of a test there of my momentum line, but popped back up into play. Ideally, if the momentum is going to continue here, it needs to bounce off this line and move higher. If it doesn't, then we have an easy out right around 65.50-ish if it closes below in 9 minutes. Much better than using the suggested AI stop. The value is in the entry. The value is not so much in the stop of the AI. It's just a back-tested scenario. Well, in any channel, Ben, you can go into any channel, but you have to individually right-click the scans and do that process. There's no way to just universally query the whole channel and see if it came in. So maybe not the answer you wanted, but it can be done. It just has to be done on an individual scan basis. Okay, so good question. I'll come back to you, Iris. Sharma Princess. Sharma Prince, 1986. Excuse me for calling you Princess. So here's the S&P high-low. All you need to do is configure a new, and I can share it with you, but it doesn't help you figure it out, a new alert window, all right? And then in that new alert window, if it's got some stuff in there already, double-click Start from Scratch. It would be a completely blank configuration. You'll need a new high. You'll need a new low. And then no filters. There's nothing to filter here. We just want to know new highs, new lows, but only from the list of. And so you come over here. Now, chances are you're not going to see this the way it is. So here's kind of the step I think you're looking for. You need to come over here and add existing list. Once you've clicked into add existing list, just scroll down and look for, that's my personal S&P 500, I guess. There it is, S&P 500. That will do it for you. You click that once, and you can just do it that way. I don't know why that says personal, but it is. So hopefully that will make sense. New high, new low, symbol list, drop down and say only from the following list, and then go find that S&P 500 and enable that. And that should work for you. I can try sharing it here, but I don't know if the symbol list will all come through. It might not, but we'll see. All right, back to Iris. The only stocks coming on Barry's improved option scanner are in red. Well, the one that I gave you is not looking for highs because I showed you that the event that triggers when we see it is a new 15-minute low. So that was my whole idea, is to not chase new highs in green, but find the stocks that are doing the option volume filter that Barry's looking for, but maybe not be that first person to jump in at a new high. I prefer to find consolidation or pullbacks and buy on a pullback. So that's why they're showing up as red, because the event is not a new high. The event is a new 15-minute low. All right, David. I watched the Trade of the Week session, modified A table. Yeah, so let's bring that one up. The modified A table, I think I have that. A table 2.0. Okay, so let's do a side-by-side comparison of my original A table and just some improvements that he made. The original simply looks for something with a high score of 80, so like B students and above, a short float of 10, and average daily volume. Pretty simple. I just kind of sift through what I like and don't like. What Michael Noss added was some positions in Bollinger Bands. And the reason he did this was he's trying to ensure that what's coming through, aside from changing the stock composite rating to a 70 and the short float to 5, he added a couple things. First off and foremost, change from the 10 SMA as a 0 minimum, which means, well, it doesn't show it there. It means the stock coming through has to be above the 10-day simple moving average, and I think that's a great addition. What he also did here is he put some Bollinger Bands in the daily and the 60-minute Bollinger Bands to make sure that they're not pushing above 90. Anything above 90 might start to be considered a bit overbought, and the air gets a little thin up there when that happens. And so on a daily and a 60-minute time frame, we're making sure that these things aren't blasting into 100 or above 100 and pushing the upper bands of the Bollinger Bands. And then additionally, on a 20-day period, he's making sure that with a 90 cap maximum, that the stocks are not overbought in the 20-day range. They're still kind of in their range. So they're not pushing and making new 20-day highs yet. So it's kind of an anticipatory filter. So that would be really the changes. Is the A table one, is it tighter or looser? Usually stop. I would say that the improvement is tighter because it's definitely got it above the 10-day moving average. So if you don't have a copy of it, we can drop that here of the improved version that NOS made. And I just keep that minimized. I use my basic one. Let's see. A table 2.0. So there's the cloud link for the A table 2.0. I hope that answers your question, David. Ben, RKLY came up on Momo channel at 12:14 at a price of 10.41. Is there any way I can modify the Momo alert window to see before that time a lower price? The only thing that you could do to try and maybe make those alerts a bit earlier is usually going to be playing with the volume settings. Other than that, I really don't know. I'm not too familiar with the settings on that. And again, I hate to go and leave my channel. Or was that Momo channel? Momentum channel. Okay, let's just go there. It's my job to make sure you guys see it all, not to keep my layout pristine. Okay, so so there's the Momo scanner. Let's break it open and see what we could do to try and improve maybe an earlier. Okay, relative volume, you could possibly lower that to 2. Maybe things are cranking up. That might do it, possibly. Change from the close, you could definitely move this down to 1.5%, 1.2%. That's something that could be done. Volume today, that's pretty much going to be the same, 100,000. You're going to want that. Okay, you could also maybe lower these volume 1 minute and volume 5 minute values, but the whole purpose of these things being set for that is to try and weed out too much noise. So you're always going to have a trade-off. If you try to bring things in earlier, you're also going to bring in more noise. And I'll just leave you with that. The earlier you try to bring things in, the more noise you're going to have. All right, so let's go back to my layout, default layout. And again, the reason I usually don't like to go to those channels is because when I come back, my scans are only reporting the last one that came through, except for the top list. The top lists will, boy, it's really taken a while to load here, isn't it? That's unusually slow. So RKLY, just to look at that one real quick, what's the relative volume on that? It was 8, so it was always strong. You could have brought in that change from the close less than 2%. That might have brought it in earlier. Looks like the 5 minute and 1 minute volumes are super strong. So the only thing you really could have done there is maybe change from the close from 2% down to 1%. All right, looks like we're almost caught up. Sometimes I'm still not clear if the AI can buy and sell by itself when you connect your broker. It can. You use the Brokerage Plus connection, but what I would suggest is, let's go to the AI. Okay. First and foremost, yeah, you can do it with your broker. E-Trade is very soon to come. We've pretty much worked out a lot of the bugs on that, but Interactive Brokerage is currently the only real automated live interface API between a broker and trade ideas. But like I said, E-Trade is soon to come, probably in the next couple weeks. We've worked out a lot of the bugs. So here's the AI strategies for today. And notice, since we're on the Holly AI tab, it says off. That's for your own protection. But again, I recommend at least starting off using the simulated trading. It's very easy to connect, and you can start to simulate this. Notice that we've got 6 strategies in the AI Brokerage Plus. Oops, I need to go back and change it to all segments. There we go. And we've got 6 strategies loaded in the hopper on the AI channel there. So this is mirroring what we see there. All we have to do is come in, highlight those, and then enable them. So I would enable those 6 strategies, and you'll see they would all turn to on. I don't want to do that, so I'm going to disable them and turn them back off. You have to do that once each day to make them work. And then as the AI reports them and triggers them down here in our window or the channel, essentially they're going to pop up into your positions window as an open position. But highly recommended. You got to start off slow. You got to crawl before you can walk. And you want to use that simulator first so you can get a feel for all the nuances of how that works. Good. All right. I'm glad that worked. Resonated, so to speak. Just out of curiosity. Okay, so there's our example earlier, and I said that's where the rubber meets the road. The price needs to bounce up. We got a new closing candle. We're still in play on that BSY. And again, this, a closing candle below that line as your stop. Much better stop than waiting for it to come all the way down here. And, again, we've seen the empirical data, the people who were using what we call moderate mode, which is another good example. Let me just bring that up. Too many tabs. So we go back to the AI tab. All right, so if you're trading long, you edit long trading instructions, and you have a choice. You have a choice between the mode, conservative and moderate. The difference is conservative will literally get you out when the AI exits. So the AI decides to get out, you get out with it. But as I've said, the data shows that's not really the best performance mode. The best performance mode is to go to moderate, which means the AI gets you in and will keep you in all day long until you decide to get out. If you don't get out, the system will sell the position for you at 10 minutes before the close. So that's a very key understanding as to what mode do you want to run this thing in. And that's what I try to, incorporate every week to give people the eyeballs to imprint on how to really manage a trade better than the AI can manage a trade. And of course, you have to do the same thing for edit short strategy positions. All right. Just catching up on some tabs here. All right, so we've cleared through all the questions. Looks like S&P is moving to a new high. That's good. I did buy some TGB this morning. All right, it's working. So, what did I see in TGB? Well, it was a darling stock for me back in the day. Let's just go back in the time machine. I was really trading this thing well, just buying the pullbacks and riding the up. But then, there it is right there. We went right to the day. So again, risk management. The stock really closed at or below the key moving averages. I think I probably waited for the very next day. And then it just couldn't get back above what it was doing. And so, yeah, once it spent a couple days below the moving averages here, then it just broke. And I took it off my radar, and I haven't looked at it since. I watched it trade down below the 200-day, lost interest. And then I watched it pop back up and trade back above the 200-day. And then it got back above the 20-day. and it got back above the 10-day. The only thing keeping a lid on this thing now is this kind of flattening out 50-day moving average. So for those of you who've seen a lot of my webinars, I actually call this setup a bird in the hand. It pops back up, gets back through all its moving averages, and just chops sideways, kind of like a little bird just waiting to take flight. That's my bird, ready to fly out of your hand because there's nothing left to hold it back. In this case, the 50 is there, so I still have to be concerned with that. And I'll tell you, if it pops up and gets caught up in the 50 and tangles back down here and closes back down below these moving averages, I will get out. But I'm anticipating that this thing has, tested that low with that lower low right here, popped back above its moving averages, and is, sliding sideways, something it could not do all the way back here. But here, it looks a little better. A part of me said, well, Steve, why don't you wait until this thing closes above the 50-day moving average? But sometimes when you can anticipate, and the early bird, another bird analogy, gets the worm, it's a much nicer feeling when you anticipate the move that eventually comes. And then, of course, the chart needs to confirm the story. But what's the story? The story is inflation is coming. TGB is a copper mining company, copper, nickel, all that stuff. And I just feel like inflation, infrastructure, they're going to need some copper. And so I don't base my trades on fundamental or what I think the market's going to embrace down the road. I base my trades on the footprints in the sand, and I decided to take a shot on that one. So what do you guys want to talk about? We got another 20 minutes or so. I can always look at charts that you're in. It always helps to know if you're long or you're short or where you got in. I can give you some advice on maybe how to manage that trade as best as you can. It's up to you. While I wait for some of those requests, we can go through this sector list here. All right, so the China stocks, FXI and KWEB, are on fire. So chances are, if you're playing the China stocks today, they're doing well. Silver, I'm bullish on silver, and I'm literally breaking my rules on this one because I'm so fundamentally bullish on silver. The dollar is just not going to make it, in my opinion. So I've been breaking my own rules. It happens, holding on to it. But what I see here is kind of I'm going to go to PSLV because it's my position. It's a different type of holding. The SLV is a bunch of paper. The PSLV is actual silver holdings that can be substantiated. And here's what I see on PSLV. I see a nice head and shoulders bottom. And again, I've been holding through a lot of pain here, but I don't want to wake up one day and find silver is running without me. So, a downtrend is a lower low, but an uptrend is a higher low, So when you see that, that's called an inverted head and shoulders, and sometimes can signal a bottom. So I'm feeling a little better technically, at least about my beating that I've been taking in PSLV, but this is an investment, and it's not a trade. So I won't break my rules with a trade, but an investment is an investment, and I'm sticking to that story. So silver, looking good. Let's take a look at okay, bio, that's looking really good. If you're into the biotechs, that's a nice looking daily chart. It's above all its moving averages, and the train is trying to leave the station there. Solar, that's kind of a range-bound mess. IWM is very much in play. Over-the-counter stocks have been getting killed lately. This is the Russell 2000, which looks at small-cap stocks, and that's a very nice-looking ETF now. All of a sudden, this thing has broken back through into clean air. So on highs the last hour here, if you're in some small cap stocks, they're probably doing okay today. Retail actually doesn't look bad to my eye. This is kind of the bird in the hand, okay? So it's just been choppy, but all of a sudden it's just settling in nicely above all these moving averages converging. Keep an eye on retail going forward. I wouldn't chase that. That's a pretty good move. The software index is probably a bit overbought. All right, here's another possible rounded bottom here in the airline sector, but you can see, probably want to wait until it gets above and clears above this declining 50-day moving average, and then the airlines will eventually run back into the 200 if they do break out of that little consolidation there. NASDAQ, can't stop the NASDAQ. It's leading this market higher. The semis, oh, consolidating. That might be interesting in a couple days. Immediately what I see, though, is a range-bound situation. So there's kind of a channel there. We could pop up here and then fail. You never know. What else we got? Technology is going to look like the NASDAQ. Yeah. Automotive driving, like, let's see. This one looked interesting the other day. I wanted to check in on it. Yeah, I do like this. LAZR, Luminar Technologies. This is the technology that is like LiDAR. It's what Elon Musk keeps crashing his cars into, supposedly using this technology. But a nice looking bottoming, this could be kind of another little head and shoulders bottom there. Keep an eye on that. Trying to think if there was a couple others by name. The steel, yeah, it's kind of a mess. S&P, we saw that. Broker dealers, yeah, people still using broker dealers. Gold miners, kind of like the silver, maybe putting in a head and shoulders bottom, possibly, but it's got a lot of work to do. We'll get through these here in a second, then I'll get to your chart requests. Yeah, same thing, gold miner seniors. The Dow, the old grandfather's Oldsmobile. Yeah, it's kind of hanging in there. It's not the NASDAQ, but the industrials are hanging in there. Gold is actually, the commodity itself is fighting that 200-day moving average. If this thing can post a couple closes back above that, I'm going to consider that gold ETF of the commodity kind of back in clean air, and it hasn't been, as you can see, for a couple months now. Oil looks like it's still getting headed off there by the 50-day. The treasuries, make what you want of that, but what I see is a giant wedge building here. This thing is going to have to resolve itself, so if you know how to play the bonds, whichever direction that thing moves will likely continue. A couple more here. OIHs, possible head and shoulder bottom, the oil drillers, the oil service sectors, the financials, a nice little pullback there, and the banks. All right, let's get into what you guys want to look at. We'll spend some time on that. First up is Doodle Dum, great name, KPLT. KPLT. Kaput. All right, so nice rounded bottom there. Obviously some bad news. I'm going to guess that was, that was earnings. Earnings August 10th. It's slowly trying to fight its way back through, Sideways action would be a win over the next few days, and watch what happens when the 10 SMA comes up from underneath. Remember I said how the price action in the morning likes to come down and dip its toe and touch that line. Ideally, it needs to bounce off that line. So over the next couple days, that's going to be your key indicator to see if it can kick the price back into play for KPLT. Douglas. Hello, Douglas. What do you think of SENS? Looking good on the daily. It's definitely going to run into some trouble or some pressure, some sell pressure up there at that prior high. So keep an eye on that. You probably want to mark your chart up, maybe even with a price alert, but be aware that that's where the sellers will likely jump back in if you look left in the history of that. But the good news is it's above its moving averages. It's consolidating. Definitely has a good look to it, like it might try and at least come up and test that orange line. Oh, I missed a... Okay, I got you, Douglas. Sharma Prince, can you talk about the relative position bars? Relative position, you mean position and range, I think is what you mean. Let me see if I can bring one up here on my single stock window. There we go. Okay, 5-day range. Notice I have 15.8%. Let me see if I can turn that off. No, that's not going to work. We have to do a position and range. So let's bring one up. So if I go to my configure of my single stock window and we do a position and range, let's just do a simple one. Position in 10-day range. Okay. Oh, I didn't select it. I didn't add column. Duh. Position in 10-day range. Let's try this again. Position in 10-day range. Boom. Show column. There we go. All right, so I believe this is what you're talking about, these position bars. So the middle slice is going to be 50%. If it's in red, you're below 50%. Thankfully, they've added the actual value overlaid on top of the graphical indicator. So we can see it's pushing 88.8%. It's almost a full green. If it was at a new 10-day high, it'd be a full green all the way to the right. So any of our position and range filters or indicators, when you see that bar, it's just telling you based on the range, in this case 10 days, where is it? And the 50% spot would be neutral, and anything to the left would be in red. So hopefully that helps. That's a very old school indicator. Not a lot of people use that anymore. I don't really have a scan, Fast Johnny, that shows anything that's looking for a bottoming range. I mean, you could maybe try and back yourself into it by maybe using a position in year range or a position in 3-month range, something that's really big, and then do like a max of 10 or a max of 20, so it's definitely down there in the basement. And then take maybe a position in 10-day range and have it near the high, maybe using a minimum. I don't have anything pre-built, otherwise I'd give it to you. I'm just kind of talking through it. You'd have to use kind of a combination of the position and range filters. What you could also use is what we call just flat out, like, you go either, I think 10-day range. There it is in percent. Do we have a 20-day range? And we have a 20-day range. You could play around with these two filters and say, I'm not going to, I'll add it, and then we'll show you. So you would say, I don't want to see something that's got a 20-day range. In other words, looking back 20 days and taking the distance between the low and the high. So if the low was $10 and the high was $11, we would have a maximum 10% range, 10% wiggle between low to high over the last 20 days. And you would use the maximum column and say, show me things that are no more than 10% over a 20-day range. So you add that along with maybe a position in year range down there in the low 10 percentile, and try and find things that have a tight range. That's really the key filter, would be the 20-day range here. Using something like 10% probably is a good starting point. But also that are very beaten up on a 3-month position and range, maybe a max of 10 or a max of 20, meaning it's really in the basement for a 3-day position. And from there, you just got to kind of experiment. But that's really the only thing that comes to mind for finding bottoming, rounded bottoms and things like that. David, I thought Musk said a few years ago he's never using LiDAR. I didn't know that, but only computer vision called LiDAR. It's a dumb idea or words in that effect. Yeah, there's some other names out there. I'm trying to think. I used to have a couple on here. VLDR is another one, I believe. Velodyne, okay? So we had LAZR and we had VLDR. Hey, these things are trying. Don't lose sight of them. What you could do is you could say, okay, well, VLDR, I'll pop that up here, and I just set a price alert maybe, in a couple of days it'll let me know it's popping back up and really creating a nice shapely bottom there. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. David says he lost audio. XELA. XELA. Excella Technology. Just curious, what do these guys do? Transaction processing. Okay. Let's back up a little bit. All right. So there is another example maybe of a kind of a rounded bottom, Fast Johnny. If you were to take like a 10%, a 10-day range, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it kind of would have showed you kind of a flattening out. But again, it's you're going to have to probably sift through a lot of charts to find the ones that really suit your style. But this doesn't look bad, okay? It's approaching a 2-day high here. It's fighting its way through the moving averages. If this thing closes as it is by the end of the day, well, you're back in clean air here. And as you can tell, I really like to put a lot of value and weight into the moving averages because I think the algorithms and the quants out there, they do the same thing. They have to have a waypoint. If and above touch, then reverse, however they write those things. But they have to have targets. They have to have waypoints and things like that. So the 10, the 20, the 50, they've just been used forever. And as long as everybody's looking at them, then likely the algorithms are using those as targets as well. All right, thank you, David. Good to know the audio came back. Johnny, got it. Good. I wish I had a predefined scan for you, but I really don't. All right, hello. Drew wants to look at FRSX. Not bad. It's kind of beginning to do what I mentioned earlier, that bird in the hand. It's fighting up. Ideally, it would be doing this above the red line, above the 20 and the 10. So it's kind of pinched in between here. But if this thing can post a close above the 20, again, like I said, that's a small short-term victory. Just be aware, like I was showing you in my TGB, I'll go back to that. I am fully aware that I'm taking a chance here, but realizing that this is going to be a problem. It could be a problem. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll pop above and close above tomorrow, and my early entry will have proven right. But the same case goes for you there in your FRSX. You need to get above the 20 today because you can see the last 3 days it has been rejected at the 20. So a close above the 20 today would be considered a victory, but you still got this looming declining 50 here. What do these guys do? Publishing. Okay. All right. Seeing a lot of green in my S&P 500 high-low ticker and seeing it also making new highs. So you can't stop this market. You can't fight the Fed. The Fed's mandate is no longer to control interest rates and employment. The Fed seems to think its mandate now is to buy stocks and buy assets. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. Don't fight it. Eugenio, PLAN. Got a plan for plan. All right, nice. Okay, August 31st. So we just came off earnings yesterday. Nice earnings surprise. Ideally, I would have loved to have seen a nice bounce right there. I mean, if you were stalking this thing and wanting to buy, that could be an entry. And wouldn't you know it, it appears to be an AI trade as well. But that red candle closing below my momentum line signals that the momentum might have dried up a little bit. That's a pretty steep gap. A lot of people probably taking profits, but maybe it can recover. It's trying to recover. All right, so we're basically trying to recover here, but you can see for the most part the last 3 candles have been held down and suppressed by my intraday 10 SMA moving line. So there's that. Not bad. This thing might build on itself. You just kind of see how it closes by the end of the day. Ideally, if this thing can get back above the 10 SMA, odds are it probably won't, but it doesn't mean it can't. All right. Hello, Irenia. Wells Fargo. Well, we saw the banks earlier were kind of at the low end of the totem pole. What's Wells Fargo doing today? Same thing. What a beautiful example of how this 10 SMA can work on the downside. So if somebody was short Wells Fargo for whatever reason, they were watching it and saying, I'm not getting out of my short unless the green candles and the buyers bring this thing back and close above the downward momentum line. And you can see that has not happened in a full day and a half here now. So if you were short this thing, you want to stay put. If you're looking for a reason to buy it, well, we've got 3 solid candles here. There's no moving averages to speak of. And I'm not really seeing a pivot point or a low back here. Literally the first low. I mean, I hate to say it, but this thing could have a date down here with, 42. Only because that's really where it bounced last time for the most part. So, there's still that uncertainty in there. Now, if it didn't want to go down and touch that line on the daily, you're just going to have to key off of if this thing can turn around and close back above the intraday momentum line there, then maybe that's an early signal that you might want to dip your toe in, maybe buy half or a third and just kind of put it on your radar. If you're short, you don't want to get out until it does that. Otherwise, this is what they call catching a falling knife. We really want to kind of wait and see how it sorts itself out. This must have had some bad news. I don't know what it is. Maybe you do since you're tracking the stock. All right, MB. AMTX broke above the 200-day. Well, that's always a good sign. Let's see how the rest of it looks. AMTX. All right. Not bad. Kind of a inverted head and shoulders thing happening here, right? There's a higher low that might be reversing the trend. First order of business, all right, coming out of that was to break above and close above. There's your first victory right there a few days ago. All right, got snagged at the 50-day, got pinched in between the 200 and the 50-day. Yesterday, posted a close above the 200 and a nice follow through today. I wouldn't necessarily buy it here. It would have been more interesting maybe when it got above the 50, kind of like I'm doing in TGB and anticipating a move higher. So, hopefully this thing moves higher for you if you're long, but, expect a bit of a breather at some point to come in that one, I would expect. All right. Well, good content today. A couple minutes before Barry usually comes back in. If anybody has any one last thought or question, we can address that before I take a break and give Barry a return from his break. Anything happening interesting in that thing we talked about earlier? Again, these were all high options volume. Yeah, nothing really to write home about. Yeah, maybe this PAVM, a nice 15-minute low gave us that pullback close to the 10 SMA. RKLY, well, much rather, let's see, was RKLY on Barry's? Let's go to history. No, I don't see RKLY on there. Probably because the volume didn't kick in until it started to pull back. That's likely what happened on that one. That's really all I see for the moment. Don't fight the Fed. The NASDAQ is leading this market higher. It's just been going sideways there. What happened to that one AI trade we were looking at that was going sideways? There it is. Looks like it might be running out of steam. It just can't quite get going. I saw this one earlier. Yeah, that's nice. Here, I'll just leave you guys with this one, all right, before I bring Barry in. Here's our short sale from the AI. Just disregard that stop way up there because this is our signal line, and look what happened. The price action could not get above and close above. And again, you can see wicks and trades above, but we wait until the 15-minute candle closes before we make our final decision. So if you were short this, there's no reason to get out yet, and it looks like it wants to go to new fresh lows. So, every week I try my best to try and give you guys as many visual examples as I can as to how simple this trade management method could work, just using a 10 SMA. And if you're late coming, I did drop this chart cloud configuration a bit earlier. It's up there if you want it. All right, guys, I'm going to whistle for Barry to come back in. Appreciate all your questions and comments. It's always amazing how quickly the hour goes when there's lots to talk about. And if you guys have any general questions, just send it to info@trade-ideas.com. When you do that, a support ticket is created and somebody has to get back to you. So always good to know that. All right, you're welcome, Drew. Let's see, Jamie will be in tomorrow, and Andy, my good friend and longtime trading partner, will be in on Friday. All right, guys, I want to stop streaming because Barry's back in, and you all have a good day. Bye.
Smith & Wesson, SWBI. I know you were talking about that earlier on, and this looks like it's probably, yeah, a nice little short. You know, I mean, it's the same with the BBIG. I mean, I'll stick an alert up here around 1050. If later on, you know, it takes it out with any authority, you know, it might be worth it, but it's not for everybody. All right, I just set an alert at $20 for it when it's at 1941. It did not trigger immediately. Maybe what happened is you had like a very quick topping tail and then it went right back down. That's all I can think of. You must have had I'm looking right there. I see you had a big burst and then right back down. So that's probably what happened. I have an alert for IC at around $11. Yeah, I you know, right up here, I have an alert set up in this area. Still don't really trust it. Okay, let's see what 8 is it over. It's not over 7. It cannot be. How did I miss it? I must have been when I was on my break. You're right. I mean, I missed it. It was on my break. I remember seeing I was doing some exercising. I remember seeing something pop up on the screen, but you're right. There's 8. Had the alert set for just over 7. I just feel I'm too late now. But this is what I was saying, guys, is that some of these ones in the option scanner, and not just the option scanner, but some of the other ones that, you know, moved earlier, they just tend to maybe rest a bit, even pull back a bit. Then all of a sudden, the enthusiasm emerges, and you start getting volume, and you start getting the push later on in the day. So, you know, we're at 1 o'clock right now, so that's why I still have my price alert set. I remember one yesterday. I can't remember. See if I can do I think was it AMSG? AMSG? No, I don't think so. I'll just do a history of that. And it had a great little move at the end. Yeah, it was AMSC. You know, it did nothing for most of the day. AMSC did nothing. And then all of a sudden, I have to back this out on the 15-minute chart. You see what I'm talking about? Well, it's hard to maybe see here, but I mean, it was doing nothing, and then all of a sudden, look at the run it had at the end of the day. You know, it had about a 60, 70 cent run from the scan. after really chopping around and doing nothing. Yeah, check to check no more. What happened is our provider and many other providers, because I did check other websites, still had it listed as an OTC stock. Okay, today's its first day trading on Nasdaq. So that is why initially it was, you wouldn't see it unless you had OTC checked as your exchanges and your scans. You wouldn't have seen it. It has changed now. I contacted the guys and I said, hey, listen, this is a Nasdaq stock now. So, but that's why it wasn't showing up earlier. But again, to be fair to our provider, I would check some other sites and they still had it listed as OTC also. So unfortunately, that is what happened with the FCUV. Ugh, boy, the 8's looking excellent. I just can't chase it. Well, it changed because, well, I don't want to take all the credit, but I guess I will. It changed because I notified the guys at Trade Ideas that this had happened, so they obviously contacted our provider and made the change. Because people were talking about it in the trading room earlier, and I wasn't showing up on any one of my scans. I couldn't figure it out myself. And then I look up here, and it said OTC or OQB or something. And I thought, that's interesting. And then we find out that it had changed today. So I don't know what time I must have called. I must have notified them right around here, right around what is it, $10 or so. Yeah, I know it's not stopping, but it's gonna keep going without me. C'est la vie. But I'll be on the lookout for the next one. Guys, keep an eye on the SLQT. This is looking more and more interesting. Just over 1050, 1050, 1051 on the bid ask. Came on the scanner at 1046. I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room because of what happened 4 days ago. Earnings play 4 days ago got just absolutely slapped. And it's pacing nicely, so what I'd love to see happen is, as always, get some volume to push it through. Without volume, if it breaks out, it could just be a false breakout. Oh man, is BBIG ever a dog now? My goodness. To take that one off the list. What did this hit? This hit 1050, so it's right at the highs now. SLQT right at the highs. It's got that look that we love because of all the room. Well, there's the man, the FCUV back up here. But again, guys, yeah, forget about it. I mean, if you're this is very wild. The only reason I have that, I had that alert set there because what was it, Gary or somebody said they set an alert and it didn't. It triggered immediately, and I just think it was because probably it flashed up so quickly and flashed right back down again. That's probably why it triggered. Yeah, a lot of fun. Look at this now. Look at the drop. So again, I'm only pointing this out because of me. People have been talking about it. It's not like I think this is a wonderful trade or anything. However, if it gets up here, and when I say here, I'm talking about way up here because it might have some, it might take a run at that high. But I'm certainly not going to tell anybody to take this trade. Well, I don't tell anybody to take any trade, but all right, Gary. Let's do this together, though. Okay? Is that just on that particular stock, or on different stocks also? Okay. Before you go to support, try it on another stock, just for fun. Okay. Just make sure it's the only thing I can think of is that when you did the price alert, the short or long. Maybe that's what happened. But give me an example. Do another stock, put a price alert in, and if it triggers immediately, let me see if I can duplicate it before you actually go to support. Okay. WEI. Ugh. Well, okay. I mean, we do have a consolidation. If you're looking for days like a consolidation, which it looks like it kind of is, yeah. So you can try this. Right-click Configure on an alert window or a top list window, and just type in consolidation. Okay, and consecutive days, you could pick a number of days. I mean, it looks like it's consolidating for at least 6 days. You can try that, okay? I'm sorry, consolidation right there. Okay. This is for Drew. And play around with it. That should find something like this. Infi. Okay, so Infi, yeah, you're right. The relative volume is very, very low. Yeah, I mean, it's not trading anything abnormally. Don't know what to make of it really. I mean, the high is 372 a couple of months ago. Don't really know what to make of it. I mean, I guess if it took out 372, the 4 level, it did get up to what, 5 something? But the relative volume is so low. Now you could do it in a top list window or an alert window, Drew. You could find stocks probably better in a top list window than you could find stocks that are doing that without having to have like a specific alert, if that makes sense. You could also do something like this. Let me see if I can. Now that's your best bet. Probably the consolidation and then the number of days. If you're looking for something like a WEI, probably that's your best bet. All right, let's see if Cano has any follow through whatsoever. The alert was at 1398. Let's see if it holds this 14 and then starts to move. It did. The alert did happen on some volume in the 2-minute chart. Not a lot in the 15. You can't see too much in the 15. Well, but then again, the 15-minute candle just started. Well, we don't know pickles. If we knew that, then we'd all be gazillionaires. But I mean, the likelihood of a stock that maybe has gone parabolic, maybe a high RSI, multiple consecutive, say 5-minute candles or 15-minute candles in a row that will eventually fall is probably greater, right, than something that is just sort of moving up steadily without big parabolic moves. But we don't know for sure. The other thing is to take, you might want to have the Bollinger Bands on your charts, maybe at least on a 15-minute chart, and see if a stock is above the Bollinger Bands. If it's above it, that can give you maybe a bit of a clue that, it's extended and it could fall. Or below, there's the lower end. You can try something like that on the 15. But there's no such thing as will continue. Just try to put the odds in your favor, though. Oh man, okay, Cano. I was waiting to see if it could hold 14, so I'll have to stick my alert up here again and see if it takes it out again. Kind of hoping it would hold and then move, but as we speak, that's not happening. Yes, that's exactly it. Go long and yeah. Well, okay, but if you're talking about playing a bounce, I mean, obviously a stock that, it depends what you're trying to accomplish here. If you're trying to be a bounce, obviously stock has been, in theory, what people may call oversold, and then it bounces. Doesn't mean it's going to bounce forever. It depends on what you're looking for. A stock that is top, though, the same thing. If it's overbought, eventually these things are going to fall. Doesn't mean they're going to fall to, and go negative for the day, but, a stock that could be up 100%, it could end up 50% for the day. People look at that at the end of the day and go, wow, that stock is up 50%. Not realizing it was up 100% and fell a whole bunch, giving, opportunities to short it. It depends on what style of trader you are. I mean, is definitely loving to short the tops. Doesn't mean the stock is garbage. It just means, look, eventually stocks run out of steam. And so you try to take advantage if they're outside of a Bollinger Band or some, a channel that you might be following. Yeah, like, well, I don't know if big is going to, I don't know what it's going to end up at, but yeah, at one point it was way up here, but I mean, that was such a look at the two 15-minute candles. Remember, this was a green candle all the way up here. Huge, big, wide candles. Okay, give me a moment, please. Well, guys, SLQ is SLQT is starting to work a little bit here. At the alert at 10:46. I did not take it right there. A little bit later, but it's starting to work a little bit here. To me, working would be getting close to 11. Like really working well would be getting close to 11. I don't know if it's going to happen. And I'm kind of still holding out hope for the Cano getting back over 14. Yeah, if there were shorts available, there are no for me anyway. No shorts available, but you can just pickles. If you look at pickles, if you look here in the 15-minute chart, I mean this is not way above it, but there's the 15-minute Bollinger Band. I think Real has a scan that is above the 60-minute. It's way above the 60-minute Bollinger Band right here. So these things have the ability to eventually stall out. Your trigger may be, if you look at a 2-minute chart. So if you identify the ones that are above the Bollinger Band, you might say, okay, great. Now what? Well, if you want, maybe take a look at the 8 EMA on a 2-minute chart, and if it breaks down through that, that might be your trigger. I'm glad that happened for you, David, for the YMM. You see, I mean, so when you look at the ATER, ATER. Now again, there's no shorts available for me for that one, so I could not do it anyway. But I have found today probably for the most part, one of the choppiest days that I can remember. For the things that I follow. Guys, we're talking about WKHS. WKHS was it workhorse, workhouse, workhorse? Wow. Well, the SEC opening an investigation into investigation into them for some reason. I don't have the full report. Yeah, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers also, 199,000 right now. Not that I want to short it right now, but to get more details about the investigation. Yeah, you have to. Well, I mean, usually when you're above the price, create the price alert. It assumes you want to go long. Okay, so that should be simple enough. Okay, if you're below, oops, if you're below it, it assumes you want to go short. So, so in other words, so I mean that's now you could want to short this up here. You know, you might say, listen, I want to short this one up here if it gets there. So that's where you would change it. You know, you would change that to a short. Okay. I don't know what the best is. You know, I can't tell you what the best is. It depends on what your type of trader you are. If you really do want to find stocks that are moving down constantly all day long, I mean the basic new highs, basic new lows, is one that is certainly going to show you stocks that are moving lower all for a good part of the day, or you can take. I have one called the Bouncers Toppers. You can take a look at my at my scan section in the here. I'll just put my homepage link in. And if you go to the scan section, what you'll see is something called Bouncers Toppers. Go to my right here. Go to the Bouncers Toppers. So these are stocks that are moving. Where are you now? Bouncers Toppers. These are stocks that are moving higher and moving lower. Okay, it's a multi-strategy window. So the ones that get triggered now, the bouncers are, of course, they're looking for stocks that may bounce. It doesn't mean they're going to. You could keep watching them, and they could continue down. These are stocks in a big downtrend versus the ones that are topping. These are stocks in a big uptrend. So, you can take a look at something like that. Oops. I know Real has got. I don't think you'll mind. I have made an adjustment to it, but I don't think you'll mind my giving it to you. But I have put some tougher filters in place, so I'm not getting as many alerts. But you can always adjust it. This is something that Real has. And it's above the 60-minute Bollinger Band. Yeah, and I took it Real, but I really I firmed things up too because I just didn't want to get all the alerts. But I mean, it's the general principle is there. Man, Cano just. That's what I'm saying, guys. I mean, very few of the scans are just trending. I don't expect. I don't like when you get an alert. I don't mean it has to jump 20 or 30 cents immediately, but just kind of inch its way up instead of just hit and down. So this is definitely a difficult for me anyway. Looking at my scans now, the one that is working well is the SLQT. And see, this is what I'm looking for. Just something that is just inching its way up, 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 up. Those are the ideal ones, the ones, as you called it, with the slow climb, because, I mean, it's great when you're in something, and listen, obviously, if, this all of a sudden popped up 40 or 50 cents on one candle, it'd be awesome, but you better take some profit, you better take something out. Here, I mean, it's just kind of, it's easy enough to just kind of hold yourself into this trade. It's not whipping up and down on us. Yeah, I mean, Run has, we have JP Morgan. I haven't looked at Run since this morning, but JP Morgan has put a 90%, what's the price right here? Yeah, so they put a 90% potential increase. And I think it was Wolf Research, yeah, with a $62 price target. So, I mean, that is the reason why Run is up. I don't think there's any other reason. It's not an earnings play or anything like that, but that is the reason. All right, just going to do a quick check at some of the other ones from the. I mean, even PAVM, PAVM. I'm not giving up on this one. The highs up here were 834. The alert from the scanner came at 822. So it's, I mean, it's just kind of in that area. It has room. I mean, if it takes out the highs right there, I'm going to stick an alert, around 830 and just see what happens if it takes those highs out and just has an end of day run. Yeah, and as always, on volume. Don't want to see it pop through here, but look at the volume. I mean, obviously we had, typically that's the case, well, this is 1158, but this is when the volume started. Okay, but look at the decline in the 15-minute chart and the decline in the 5-minute chart. So, I mean, the enthusiasm has waned completely. But what if we get a big volume bar pushing it through? Get people enthused about it again, for a while anyway. So you stick you put your price alert. If it triggers, I don't have to be staring at the chart. I can I do other stuff. If it triggers, I click on the alert, and then I see, did it trigger on volume? Good night, Mr. Real. We'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, and guess what? That's the start of our 3-day weekend. Yippee. Markets are closed on Monday. Oh, you're right. Tomorrow's Thursday. Sorry, jumped the gun. You're right. Tomorrow is Thursday. Well, I know. Okay, I've been told by 14 people tomorrow is Thursday and not Friday. Well, I just wish, this were just a little more exciting, that's all. Ah, man, look at this. I mean, boom, crash. Boom, crash. Well, today's my long day. Also, it's the day I help out the Q&A webinar at, today's Wednesday, right? At 5 o'clock. So today is my long day. You can find the webinar on my homepage. So if you go to my homepage tab right there, hopefully you can find my homepage tab. Click on it, and then click on that link that's there. It'll bring you to, there's my homepage, just a second. There's my homepage. And then if you go to the education section, you click here, and then you scroll down to the webinars, daily webinars. You can sign up for them all right here. And again, just for those of you who don't know, we've changed our webinar format. We still have webinars Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but it's going to be like every other Monday, Wednesday, and then every other Tuesday, Thursday. So this week, the webinars are on Monday and Wednesday. Next week, Tuesday, Thursday. Following week, Monday, Wednesday, etc. That'll be the cycle going forward. Well, just, did you find my link? Did you find the homepage tab, MDB? Okay, so as I said, so here you are. Go to the education section. Click here. And this is a general sign up for the webinars. So you scroll all the way down, daily webinars, sign up right here. Okay? They're all archived also, so I mean, if you don't have to attend it live, but if you do sign up, you'll get an email sent to you with the transcript, well, with the webinar. See, even look at the PAVM. Looked like it was trying to take this out, but it got rejected and is moving down again. Just give me one moment, please. Well, now there's any showed up at 7.40, $7.40 at 10:30, starting to pick up again, but again, very choppy. But this is trending and you're getting some volume. The high of last month, what was it? 768. What did it get to today? 743. ENVX, take a look at ENVX from our YouTube room. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. But, no, I know why. This is a IPO from a couple of months ago, so I really haven't paid that much attention to it. Aha, there's your. I noticed that hood was popping. Actually have that on a thumbnail chart. And yeah, look at the volume that came in on that news. Yeah, I don't have a feel for it. I mean, it's not trading abnormally at all, ZEV today anyway. So I really don't have a feel for it. I mean, it had a nice couple of days on the run up, but I mean, I have no feel for, where it's going here. Looks like, I mean, I know we have a modest green candle here on the daily chart, but to me, it just looks like the enthusiasm is over for it for a while anyway. Look at the relative volume, 0.55, so it's not even trading. Only trading what half normal. Down a nickel. I mean, it's just really not doing anything today. Okay, well, the VWAP appears to have held for Cano, C-A-N-O. Okay, and now it's starting to bounce. So it bounced off. Did it? Yeah, it basically touched right almost to the penny. There's the VWAP for Cano, 1350. So there's another style, you wait for, it start to get close to the VWAP, see what it does. And if it starts to move off it, maybe take, you can always put your stop right at the VWAP. I don't mean taking this one, I'm just talking in general. Yeah, I mean now it looks like it's trying to fall right back to that VWAP. Well, let's see if it holds the second time. I mean, these are 2 minute candles. It held twice for the Cano, CANO. Well, I don't know. RKLY, I mean, listen, anything's possible, but RKLY, I mean, that just had the huge, huge run. No action at all in the pre-market, so you had no reason to believe this was going to happen. And then it pulled back, so yes, it is bouncing a little bit here, but I don't know. I think, listen, if it takes out maybe that 917, 920 level, maybe you can, it's not a low float though. 121 million in the float, and as Benzinga says, shares are trading higher. Not seeing any reason why. I love it when they put stuff like that out. So there's no reason for this. You can't find any news on this. Well, the bloom is definitely off support. Look at SBRT after 3 days ago, hitting a high of 60 just about. Sitting now at 25.40. All right, guys, give me a moment as I switch headsets. All right. Here's another beaten up stock. I don't think I really saw this one today. One of the reasons, didn't see it in the pre-market, didn't do anything. This is RNA. This is down 17%. See if there's any reason for this. After the company announces the resignation of his chief medical officer. Probably not a good thing when you are a bio. Yeah, this is down over 10%, so they will not fill me at 1881 yet or ever. Well, enough of that. I was actually trying to short this at 1881, but because of that uptick rule, I cannot get a fill. Plenty of shares shorted or are available, but they just will not give me a fill. So I'm not going to chase it down. But, you know, I had some room down to this 1761 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Mile just launched as an IPO, or is this a, what do you mean by that? Or just ticks? Oh, I see. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, some volume coming into Mile. Now this is a classic one. You know, this is shortable at Interactive Brokers. Take a look at the way above the Bollinger Bands on probably most time frames. So I mean, this is a classic one where you start looking. Okay, where could I short this? It came from 4, so I mean at 437, if it got, you know, close to this area, that wouldn't be a bad percentage move. Don't see any news on it. Volume is picked up though, so you got to wait to see if the volume decreases. Well, let's see if this dies. Let's see if Mile dies. You mentioned Weibo. I haven't looked at Weibo for a long time. I think it's out of the price range I like to trade. WB, yeah, it's just out of the price range I like to trade, but you know, having a good day. Has some room, I guess, if you look left. It's had a nice 3-day run. Oh man, are they doing it again? Okay, let's take a look at DLPN. Are they doing it again? These NFTs? Well, this one isn't yet anyway, but there's some volume coming in. Definitely some volume coming in. Look at TCAT. Yeah, some volume coming into TCAT. missed. You know what? I took my eye off. Remember, I was talking about this one, this Cano holding the VWAP, and it did. Tried it, tested it almost again, and then it had the nice little run from about 1350 to 1387. Did you, William? Okay. I love it. These clowns over on you. No, I shouldn't say it. Not everybody on YouTube is a clown, but somebody saying, "Yeah, Amazon's going to buy out Wish. Therefore, put all your money into it." I should bring out my. I don't pay that much attention to the VWAP, but let me just bring out. I have a scan that talked about the VWAP crosses. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Okay. DXC. Let's take a look at where the VWAP is. 3456. So obviously this was a cross down from the VWAP. So we have the cross above, cross below, 10 and 53, 400,000. Okay, so I'll keep an eye on it and see if we get some interesting looks. So GSL, let's see, what was the VWAP? So sometimes it's a little bit late, but it shouldn't matter that much. 2154, got the alert at 2150. Well, there you go, guys. You want a VWAP cross? Here you go. Up or down? Any takers? Okay, so that's what this is. VWAP crosses up or down. And don't complain too much. You get an alert, and it may not be like to the penny. It should be close because it does require a little bit of volume confirmation. Okay, so I just did. Or I just did. And obviously, you can adjust the price range. I've got between 10 and 50. You can make adjustments here, but there's the filter, or sorry, there's the alert. Well, mile is still moving higher here, guys. I was anticipating maybe a breakdown. It still might, but it's holding that pop. I mean, it's holding the pop. That's the the good news, I suppose, if you're looking to maybe go long this one. But it's holding the pop. Did not really retrace it much at all. So I can see right off the bat, okay, so I got an alert on that VWAP cross for Cal, but I looked at the spread. Now, when I first looked at it, it was 25.43, 25.54, so it's a pretty wide spread. I see the alert happen. I mean, the VWAP is at 25.33, didn't get the alert till 25.42, 9 cents later. It should not be the end of the world, okay, for people getting all bent out of shape on that, but yeah, but look at the volume that came in too. The other thing you may want to add to this is a volume burst to see if it, if it breaks through the VWAP on volume. And I see this is actually an AI alert too, a double AI alert, two different strategies. All right, let's see what Cal does from here. I mean, it's going to take, if it takes this out, I mean, it's got some room to run if it wants to. CAL. But look at the market now. I mean, the market, even though a lot of the stuff that we followed doesn't really matter, but the market is just flattened out. Look at that 15-minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've had about almost an hour and a half just flattened out. Dow's up just a little. Tech has done well most of the day, and the SPY is up. But I mean, look at the SPY just flattened right out. I guess it's dropping, right? Keno must be dropping. Then didn't get quite close. Didn't get up to 14. Not bad though. I mean, off that VWAP, not bad. All right, Cal, can you do it? That wow must be moving. It must be moving down. Oh, okay. Well, okay. I see what you mean. I mean, yeah, 50-minute candle, 16 to 19. 2-minute candle, 1750, all the way up to, yeah. I mean, wild, guys, wild, wild, wild. I mean, I still have an alert set up in this area here in case it takes this out later on. And this is, you hear me talk every now and then about after hours trades. This is not a recommendation, okay? But this FCUV is a classic. If it gets close to the high of the day, and especially towards the last hour of the day, and it gets near the high of the day, or it's at the high of the day, you can watch this after hours. I mean, traders might just take a poke at it. Well, guys, this Cal actually worked pretty well so far. Had the alert at 2542 for the Cal, 2564. I mean, nothing. It's not fantastic, but it's not too bad off that cross. Yeah, it's not there. Here it is. Okay, I just popped that in there. There's the link for it. It's not in. It's not one of the ones that I'm sharing. I mean, I may add it later on. Yes, there is a way to make an alert window from a topless window. Yes. Whoa, boys! There's that FCUV, guys. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! It's exciting, but if you're gonna do it, don't take too many shares and don't wander away from your computer. Okay, Bjorn, you can hear me and you can see what I'm gonna do. Okay, so take your top list window. Let's take here's a top list window, okay? All right, so I'm going to take my top list window. I'm going to right click and I'm going to collaborate. And then I'm going to copy. Okay, so right click, collaborate, copy. So now I've copied the window. Next step. New, alert window. Start from scratch, get rid of everything, okay? Load the settings. So now you've done that, you're nothing. Now, here's the sort of the tricky part. I wish the collaboration was still up here like they used to, but anyway, just say okay. It's going to ask you, hey, you haven't selected any alerts. Do you want to return? Say no. Okay, so now you've got this super, super generic alert window. Now you right click, collaborate, paste. Okay, now, if you look here, these filters are what I had in here. So that's right. Now you just have to get rid of this heartbeat, otherwise it'll drive you crazy. Now you have to select a trigger. You know, make it maybe whatever that is. It's going to be new high, new low, or whatever you want. And of course, give it a name. Give it a name. You can call it the same thing. It should say the same thing, but now it's an alert window. Okay. So you right click, configure, collaborate, copy, and start a new alert window, and then right click, collaborate, paste, and then select some kind of an alert. Now that was short-lived for the Cal. The heartbeat is something I don't even know why they have it anymore. It used to be before we had top list windows, okay? Top list windows, of course, update every 30 seconds. The heartbeat is like refreshes every 5 minutes. So I have no idea why they still have it. Don't even worry about it. Not worry about it, but don't concern yourself with it. Well, yeah, uncheck it. I mean, pick another alert. Pick another alert. Any one. I mean, we got a million alerts. Well, not a million, but we have a lot of alerts. So, pick one alert for your alert window. Good one, Frank. You can't do that. Not quick, Milton. Unfortunately, you cannot do it quickly. You can't pick a date. You can only, well, the 1 minute especially, you can only scroll back a certain amount, but you cannot do what you're trying to do. I mean, listen, yeah. I mean, we got the free course if you want. I mean, I don't, I mean, we'll call it a course, sure. I mean, go to my homepage and click on it. Click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section, and click here on the education section, and go to the bottom where it says Back to Basics. This is a great Back to Basics 36-part video series. It starts off with what is a stock. So you can start off right there before you pay for anything else, okay? I think on a 1 minute, I think you can only, well, can you go back 64 days? Okay. I didn't know that you go back that far on a 1 minute chart. I don't use 1 minute charts, so it's never really come up for me. Go to another website. Go to 10 other websites and see if you can get the same float for every website, Baba. I mean, excuse me. Excuse me. You know, I mean, this is what our provider has. You go to another website, as an example, okay, Schwab says it's 9.3 million. I'm going to go to another website just to see what they would say. Getting the float for these cheap ones that have done reverse splits, etc., can be really tricky. You know, you want the float for Apple or something like that, that's fine. But for these ones that have done, you know, several reverse splits, or just starting out, it can be very tricky. Yeah, we don't even have a float for, oh, well, I shouldn't say that. So I've got, what did you say was Schwab? Yeah, so I went to FinViz, they've got 16.6 million as an example. Okay? If I found 10 other sites, I almost guarantee I'll get 10 different values. Guys, don't listen to me. Pickles, I told you, go to my homepage. Go to my homepage, click on my link. You know, go to my, sorry. Go to my link, and then right here, education, right here. Click here. And because there's more education. You know, and that's why I don't like to break it out on individual links. There's lots of education here. And right here, back to basics. Good evening, Sir Thomas. Yes, our Shakespearean friend. I don't know. I don't know how many brokers have shorts for BBIG. I know Trade Interactive Brokers does not easily accessible. I shouldn't say that. I'm sure Zach has shorts for at Centerpoint, but yeah, it's just not widely spread. The availability of shorts for BBIG. Now, remember, I don't know, about half an hour ago, I was saying how the market is just flattening out. Now, we're starting to drift down a little bit here. Again, we've got this little disconnect going between value and growth. Oh. All right, so let's see if this VWAP holds again for Cal. Doesn't look good though, the way it's trading, but let's see if it holds it again. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the ones. Let's say PAVM, P-A-V-M. What's it doing? Nothing. GSL, I'm sure it's not through 22. This will not go, no. So look at all these ones from the option scanner, guys. I mean, they just had zero follow through. You know, so we've been in 3 days like that now. Well, 2 days anyway. I can't remember Monday. Yeah, I saw that. A 15-minute. Yeah, you can try that. You know, it has not been necessary, you know, for up until, well, maybe this week to do that. I mean, most of the time, these ones have been so strong, and they just kept giving us at least, you know, half an hour of a nice trend up, but not. Maybe I'll try that tomorrow and see what happens. I know what you're. So this is in essence what he did. Now whether it's the whoops, sugar. It's over here, down and up. Okay. So I guess what he did was, instead of a new high, a new 15-minute low. Oops. Add the alert. Check it. That's what I didn't do. Yeah, I guess you could leave it in because it's really not. There's not that many alerts, and you'll know you'll know if a stock is making a 15-minute low versus a new high without even having to put the reason. You'll just see it. Okay. All right. Well, Cal is right back. It's right back up. Interesting. So Cal got right back up, came off that VWAP again, and boom. I'll have to become a more of a VWAP player again. All right. I'll be right back, guys. You know, here's another one that you guys who like to play with VWAPs. Where is it? Hello, Karush. I'm just trying to find, you know, there's a way in which, of course, you can find stocks that are right near the VWAP, right either just on top or just below. I thought I had it still. It's a top list window. It's very simple. You just use the filter. So I'm going to type in VWAP and distance from the VWAP. Okay, so add the filter, and so if you use like the maximum, you know, whatever you thought, just, you know, 0.01, I'm going to make it, it's almost going to be there. And then in the min you put minus. So let's just say you wanted it to be between 1% of the VWAP. Okay. On either side of the VWAP, just click on the summary. You can see prices no more than 1% above, prices no more than 1% below. Okay, so you can do something like that, create a top list, and then you can see, and then, you know, put other filters in, maybe a price range you like, etc. And then you can kind of see stocks that are near the VWAP. Does that make sense? So here I just got an alert here, ACRS as an example. There's the VWAP 1741, got the alert at 1741, okay, as a cross down below. Now I'm starting to get a lot of. Is that right? Have I done this right? Just give me a moment here. Well, it's interesting because what's happening now, getting a lot of 15-minute lows from the option scanner based on that. And things are, yeah, it makes sense. Things are dropping. Welcome, Karush, by the way. Yeah, So, you know, when I put the 15-minute low in here, this is what I'm starting to get. These are, and you know, I can just tell the way it's color coded. Of course, these are stocks making 15-minute lows now. Now the only, you know what? Now I know why I've got to separate them, because I only want to see the stock one time. Well, I'm going to have to separate them because I do, you know, I want to see it if it's moving higher. And I want to see it though if it's making a 15-minute low. And I have the don't repeat on, so yeah, we've got some movement. I mean, it just seems like, well, it was half an hour ago when I was saying the market had just flattened right out. You're right, though. It could be good for shorts as well. You're absolutely right. Topping. It's an interesting. So what I think I'm going to do is I will split it out again and create. But this time, instead of having my option scanner flipped, I know what I'm trying to say. So just give me a moment. Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to take this one and now get rid of the 15-minute low. Okay, so that's the original. Okay. Give me a moment here, guys. I just have to dock it now. All right. Well, we'll see what happens with this tomorrow. It's it's an interesting concept. You'll see what happens tomorrow. All right, guys, it's 2:37, so I'd say this is my long day, so I'll be shutting the room down around 3 o'clock. Always stay later if there are some questions, but otherwise I'm just going to put this in here now. So a good time, of course, to ask questions now, as I'm getting set to close the room down. And as always, just I'm going to put my link in, my homepage link. Good link to save, lots of information. Nope, I don't think it did. The WTRH, nope. All right, so click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. How you can take out a subscription right here for 15% off, first month only or the entire year. These 3 sections are free: the trade of the week, stock of the day, and the education section, all free. Especially the education section, if you're new to trade ideas or just wondering about trade ideas, you can take a look at what we have to offer. The introductory lessons, it talks about what is a top list, building top lists, alert windows, all the way down to Brokerage Plus and the AI. Okay, I'm going over this really quickly. The reason is, save my link. You can look at all this exactly when you want to, at your leisure. Daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Today is Wednesday, so this is the one that I attend. I help out Brad and Dan. So you can sign up for them all right here. The format is now changed. It's going to be alternating, so Monday, Wednesday this week, Tuesday, Thursday next week, and then the following week, Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, etc. Okay? So no longer are there webinars Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday within each week. Educational videos. Again, if you have, you can take a look at this, starting trade ideas from scratch. Something about the AI. And also, if you're new to trading, again, some people are asking about courses and all. I mean, before I would spend any money on a course, I would take a look at this. It's all free. 36-part video series. They're very short videos, starting off with what is a stock. All right, so before you pay money, why not watch this, see if it helps you. And again, save the link. You can look at that whenever you want to. Now, we don't talk about stuff like that, Karush. I was asked, how much am I up today? This is not a room in which I tell people what to buy or sell, okay? I mean, when I'm talking about stocks that I'm interested in, I will never say, okay, guys, I'm taking this one and you should too, all right? DXC, so that did the cross again, the 3456. So, I'll pay a little more attention to this tomorrow. These VWAP crosses. No, Cal is back up. It's been kind of choppy off that VWAP, but it's back up again. CAL. I can't, Cam, unfortunately, unless you can write a custom formula. If you can write a custom formula, I can put it in the tech support area. Okay, great. If you know how to do that, then I'll give you the formula, all right? Because unfortunately the formulas don't copy, the customs are unique to each individual's account. And so they don't copy. It's not that I'm trying to hide it from anybody, but okay, just give me a moment here. What do I have to do here? Just a second. Okay, now just give me one moment and I'll find it. Data points. All right, here it is. We'll put it right underneath you. Okay, there you go. So you've created some custom formulas then, so I don't have to. So you know exactly how to do it. So there's a formula to use. What I put is a minimum of 75 cents. You can, of course, put whatever you want in there, but that's what I put in, 75 cents minimum. So what that means is when I get an alert, when you look left, you will see at least 75 cents from the next high in the daily chart. And you know the concept, of course. I think now I've relaxed some of the other filters because otherwise, if I obviously in the sort of the original one, I could put that, but I probably get one or two alerts a day, if that. So what I did was I took the original option scan and I relaxed some of the filters, so it's not 2,000 contracts. I think it's something like 750 contracts. I may have relaxed the relative volume a little bit. Okay, and with that in mind, for instance, RKLY showed up. Now, it was a quick one, but RKLY showed up right here at 10.09. Price was 10.09. Got all the way up to 10.89 before it pulled back. But things like that. So I've just been playing around with it. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I relaxed the current volume, the option volume from 300% down to 200%, and 2,000 contracts down to 750. Got it? Okay. Where did I post what? Do you mean the formula? It's right here. If you know how to write a custom formula or a custom filter, then there's the formula to use. Because I'm selfish, roast beef. Well, this is what happens, okay? I don't stop. I mean, I stop the room, okay? I don't stop. So this allows me, if I do want to do a little bit of trading on my own, completely on my own, but remember, I still have a bunch of scanning I have to do. So my day is really not over until most days, 5 o'clock Eastern time. But it gives me the opportunity to maybe do a couple things on my own and then do my scanning, and also makes for a long day. Remember, I'm in the West Coast, so I'm up at about 4. So 4 to 2, it's a long day. Not really anything different. What I kind of focus on are stocks that have been doing well, either on the upside or the downside. I mean, poorly or really well, and see how they trade. If they're near the high of the day, and then they start moving. Especially now, these are stocks that I've already seen all day long, and most of them in the past have been coming from my option scanner. Okay, so those are the ones I'm kind of concentrating on. And just see if they start to get some life again. But I have to admit, I mean, sometimes I'll even do that in the after hours. Believe it or not, if a stock closing well meaning near the high of the day, and it has lots of room looking left on the daily, monthly, and weekly chart. I'll watch that first 5 minutes or so after hours and see if there's enthusiasm still. A lot of times you'll see some of these runners that are already up a lot. people will keep piling into them after hours. I mean, it's almost a misnomer. Excuse me, like a misnomer. We call it pre-market, we call it after hours, but what does that really mean anymore? I mean, especially the pre-market. There's so much activity in the pre-market. I mean, eventually I think they're just going to get rid of that term, and it's the market. Post-market, yes. I mean, there's not as much activity in the post-market, but certainly the pre-market. I mean, you see, when you guys come in, when I open the room at 9 o'clock, and you take a look at my pre-market scanner, I mean, it's full. And these are stocks that are trading hundreds of thousands of shares, in the pre-market. You go back 20 years, fine. There was not that much action in the pre-market, but again, it's called the pre-market, but really, what does that mean anymore? Well, thank goodness we only start getting our data at 4 in the morning. I know people are clamoring for at 7 in the morning Eastern time. I know there are people that want it starting at 4, and we may go to that. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that happens with our servers overnight, and it's a process. And it would be a real revamping of our servers, I believe. And I know we're getting some new servers, and so it may happen. But obviously, from my point of view, 4 a.m. is plenty early. But I also do understand that we've got people in different parts of the world where, if we started getting our data at 4 Eastern time, it would be a lot better for them. I do get it. I'm usually, well, no, I'm not at the, I have a few, I've got a cat, Becca. I've got to feed the cat. I'm probably at my computer at about 20 after. I'm usually up a little bit before 4. So I'm usually at the computer at 20 after I've done a few things. Well, and the one nice thing about the pre-market is you don't have that stupid uptick rule to worry about at all. So if I want to short something, doesn't matter if it's down to a zillion percent. I can find, as long as my broker has shorts, I can short it. I just go in at the bid and I'll get it. That's why you'll see me every now and then, talking about how I took a short in the pre-market of something, and that's the main reason. I don't know. Somebody said that IB does that. You can do it. They figured out a way to do it, but I mean, I think most people say no. I mean, when I want to get out of a trade, I just, I pick the price I want to get out at, and that's it. But if you're talking about putting in like an auto order, I've never done that in the pre-market, so I can't comment. My instinct says no, but there are some people. I think Calvin, I don't know, he's around today. But he says that he was able to do it with IB, but we don't okay, so Karush, we don't have options. We have option filters. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I should explain a little bit better. When I talk about my option scanner, I'm not scanning so that I can trade options. What I'm looking for are stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So for instance, these are the option filters that we have, okay? So we've got the put call ratio, option volume, which is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And of course the option volume today, total, and put and call volume today. And then this is the key one right there, the option volume today percent. So for instance, for this scanner right here, and it's going to look a little bit crazy, but no, this one right here. So what I'm looking for right here, I'm going to have to rearrange all this. I'm looking for stocks. This is my price range, but with at least 2,000 contracts, and it has to be at least 300% of normal. So if a stock has traded on average, say 3,000 contracts over the last 10 days on average, for me to see that stock today, it has to trade 9,000 contracts, 300% or three times what it would normally have done over the last 10 days. So it helps me. It's just another way of looking at stocks that are having a lot like an abnormal trading day by zeroing in on the option activity. Well, I mean, if you're going to trade in the pre-market, I mean, you shouldn't be wandering away. In my opinion, I mean, when I'm trading in the pre-market, I'm watching everything like a hawk. I mean, usually I'm not in more than, I can't remember the last time I had 2 pre-market trades at the same time. So, I mean, I'm watching it. So if all of a sudden it starts working against me, I just get out of the trade. Good for you, Cam. I mean, I never, but good for you. MTRT. Wow, no kidding. Where'd you find this one? 10 cents to 230 in 3 days. Good for you. What is this? One of those man. Hey, listen, I used to know a guy, and that's all he would do, just play the penny stocks. Not the sub pennies. He would never play, I love these guys that buy a billion shares of something that's 0.000000001. I wonder if I still have a scan, my penny stock explosion scan. I can always share that with you guys. Penny stock explosion. Do I have the exchanges? Let's see. No. Okay, so let's check this. So you guys want to play the pennies? Here you go. And who knows, maybe you'll find your latest, whatever that one you just mentioned. You have to use paid interactive brokers if you want to. If you want the external linking to work, their free service does not work with our external linking. My external linking, just you know, the time saver. So I established a link, so when I click on an alert, it shows up in the order entry automatically instead of my having to type it in all day long. So you have to use the paid version. Paid, I mean, you know, half a cent a share. I maintain, you get what you pay for, guys. I'm not hosting the 5 p.m. No, I don't host it. It's I just help out. Dan and Brad, the co-founders of two of the co-founders of Trade Ideas, they put it on, but I help out text-wise, answering questions for them. All right, guys, I think that's it. Where do you sign up for the webinar? Ori, how long you been here? Go to my homepage. Five minutes. Go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Go to the education section, click here. Scroll down, all the way down to the daily webinars. Sign up for them right here, okay? One sign up for all of them. Yeah, so in order to externally link to Thinkorswim, you've got to run both programs, Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim, run as administrator. But I'll tell you what, your best bet, because somebody's there who will give you the actual instructions, go to the home page. I'll put the home page link in right now, DG, okay? And go to the home page and say, hey, how do I externally link with TOS? And somebody will give you the actual script and how to do it. You want me to put it up again? Okay. It's up here. Where is it? Where did I put it? Here we go. Can you just go to the stock section? Okay, stocks only, and scroll up where it says pennies right underneath. There's the link. If you don't mind. Who asked that question? Theo. Okay, can you go to the stocks only? Scroll a little bit up until you see pennies. You know what? I can see what's happening. Okay, I'll give it to you. The scrolling will get in the way maybe, so. All right, there it is. Oh, you got it? Okay. All right, guys, I think that's it. It's 3:02. You got a bonus 2 minutes out of me. So I think I will shut the room down now and get my script together. And tomorrow is Friday. Haha, I know it's Thursday. All right, so I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.